ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. An accused killer has told the Supreme Court he had no intentions of harming his wife when he broke into her house armed with an axe. And a warning, this story contains confronting details. Christian Silva reports.
Dinesh Carrera admits wearing black clothing, carrying an axe and breaking into his wife's property in Sandhurst late in 2022. Even though he was breaching an intervention order, he told the Supreme Court all he wanted to do was see his children, collect his medication and fill up his motorcycle's fuel tank. He denied claims that he went to the house to kill his wife Naomi Pereira, who was planning to divorce him. Prosecutors allege Mr Carrera viciously murdered his wife with a knife and an axe in front of their children. However, he insists she was the attacker and he was acting in self-defence. The trial continues next week.
An expert panel examining how to best prevent violence against women and children has called on alcohol, gambling and porn companies to be more proactive in tackling the crisis. Political reporter Claudia Long has more.
The rapid review found liquor, porn and gaming industries aren't doing enough to address the way their products can exacerbate violence against women. It's called for restrictions on alcohol sale, advertising and delivery times, and a national plan to tackle online misogyny. It also wants a ban on gambling ads. That was something put forward by the late Labor MP Peter Murphy after an inquiry into the issue. But ministers have publicly suggested such a ban won't happen. The government has hinted a partial ban could be put in place.
Sexual crimes squad detectives are investigating an attack on a woman on a walking track in Melbourne's north last week. Police say the victim was running through a reserve in Jacana on Wednesday morning when she was thrown to the ground by an unknown man and sexually assaulted. She was taken to hospital with minor injuries. The US now has the last 11 weeks of the presidential campaign ahead of them as the Democratic National Convention comes to an end. Jono Wakely reports.
Presidential hopeful Kamala Harris spoke at the convention, appealing to the Democratic base and rallying them to pull their weight in the lead-up to November's election.
Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity, a chance to chart a new way forward.
The Vice President has only just started to outline detailed policy plans. With the election so soon, the Democrats have a lot of work to do. A tax cut for the middle class, the restoration of abortion rights, changes to immigration policy and reinforcement of voting rights are all policy points the Harris-Walls ticket plans to take to the election this November.
Labor's former Deputy Campaign Director believes projects like the suburban rail loop don't require the same urgency as they once did. The multi-billion-dollar state government project would see 6 new train stations constructed and a direct line to Melbourne Airport. The opposition says it would pause the project if it wins the next state election, which is more than 2 years away. Cos Samaras now leads polling organisation Red Bridge Group and has told ABC Radio Melbourne the city has changed since the project was first commissioned.
The sentiment within the Victorian public seems to have shifted since 2018 when it was initially announced as a project. The way we work and travel around the city now has changed drastically. So I don't think that these projects have the need or require the sort of urgency that it did back in 2018.
The Fair Work Commission has commenced proceedings against suspended Health Services Union boss Diana Asma. It's alleged she failed to act in accordance with the minimum standards required for registered organisations under the Fair Work Act. Ms Asma was recently suspended from the union's national executive and stripped of her duties. The Health Services Union has been contacted for comment. To sport, Hawthorn's round 24 match against North Melbourne in Launceston has been moved forward tomorrow due to an industrial dispute between Tasmania's Electrical Workers Union and the state-owned electricity company TasNetworks. The fixture has been shifted from 4:40pm to 12:30pm tomorrow to ensure a potential loss of power to the venue would not see the lights go out during the twilight game. Richmond's match against Gold Coast at the MCG has also been moved to 3:20pm to avoid all 3 Saturday games taking place at the same time. To the weather, there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for parts of the central, north-central, north-east, west, south-west and the east-west and South Gippsland districts from late tonight. For the state, cloudy with scattered light showers and patchy rain over western and central districts, extending to eastern districts during the evening. Possible isolated thunderstorms in the west. For Melbourne, a possible morning shower tomorrow, a top of 21, after an overnight low of 14. Sunday, showers 22. It's currently 15 degrees. ABC News.
Hey, it's Sana Kadar here. And if you like to ponder life and the human condition, the ABC Listen app has all the podcasts. Explore the mental with All in the Mind.
Much more abstract than hypnagogic hallucinations.
Or get a little provoked by big ideas.
Media moguls abuse their power.
Pollutes our democracy.
And figure out the big stuff with Life Matters.
Children will start to distance themselves from their parents.
Load up a podcast and think deeper with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are breakfast.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar. Feel a different energy. The pressure's certainly gone up. Feel it on your skin. Punches the air with the right hand. Feel the electricity. That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it? Wherever you are, do not move. We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, still bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Last season, these two teams opened the final series against one another. Tonight, they open the final round, and it is the end of the road for both Melbourne and Collingwood in season 2024. The Pies' premiership defence ends here, while for Melbourne, they still haven't won a single final since lifting the cup themselves in that breakthrough premiership back in 2021. We got here, the final round, round 24, week 25 of the home and away season. It starts tonight with Collingwood and Melbourne under the Friday night lights. There is no late change. The tactical subs for both teams, Bailey Laurie, is back for Melbourne and he's going to start as their sub, while Finn McRae also returns for Collingwood and starts as the sub for the Pies. It is a wet night in Melbourne. It's been raining throughout the afternoon. It isn't awfully cold, though, which is the good news. It's 16 degrees at the moment. Light rain expected to fall throughout. It's currently not raining, but it will start again at 9 o'clock local time, which is about 2 hours from now. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corbin. Thank you for that, weatherman. The update, it was a typical Melbourne, wasn't it? A bit of rain, bit of sunshine. In fact, as I was driving down Punt Road, I did spot a rainbow, and I thought, well, the Pies need some sort of miracle. I'm not sure about a pot of gold or anything like that. They've got to win by about 100, the Pies, to keep it their slim chance alive. And then the Saints have to beat Carlton. Port's got to beat Fremantle, and, yeah, they have to make up that 10%, which would mean the Blues have to win by about 100, lose by 100.
Yeah. So they need about a 200-point differential.
Yes.
Carlton. So
yeah.
maybe if they won by 150, the Blues lose by 50, that'll do.
So you're telling me it's possible. Would have loved to have... I mean, it's almost a dead rubber, let's call it as it is, isn't it? And so this is a round that's going to build and build as the hours pass over the weekend. Would have loved to start in Ballarat. I know the man sitting behind me would have loved to start in Ballarat. I heard it's $60,000 to bring the lights in. And so, therefore, maybe a little bit too expensive for the Giants and the Bulldogs tonight. But imagine if we're all rugged up there at the moment for what's going to be a massive Sunday of footy. I just can't wait for it all to unfold.
The whole Friday night crew's here. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. He's got Alan Richardson with him. We'll get to that in just a moment. But Ballarat's favourite son is Michael Malthouse. He's with us again, of course, on a Friday night. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. I reckon you might be just missing Plug-a-Log or something.
Oh. Haven't edged out Plugger?
Yeah, well,
When was the last time he was in Ballarat?
I think my season... my career goals, he kicked in one day. So, anyway, I did spend a lot of time in Ballarat and love Ballarat. It's good to be here. Good to be here. And Cal and Lingy and just the Ds. And well, we've seen Melbourne being beaten by 100-odd points recently, and we've seen the Pies can knock over. So I'd say wait until the final siren. I think that's the way that they have to look at it that way. So I'm just looking for the game and see where Melbourne's at, the best cultured side in the competition, against Collingwood, the last year's premiers.
The legendary cat, Cameron Ling, of course, a three-time premiership player and soon-to-be retrospective Ron Barassi medalist as a premiership captain.
Am I really?
According to the reports from Glenn McFarlane at the Herald Sun. Welcome to you, Lingy.
Thanks, Corbs. Good to be with you all. Good evening to everyone out there. I love the idea of anything being named after Ron Barassi. I love the idea. I think you spoke about it
20 years ago.
Yeah, about the Premiership Cup being named after him. Corbs, I heard you a little bit earlier on ABC Radio saying that Ron himself didn't want that to be the case.
That's how humble he is.
Yeah, but I mean, you think the sports I love in America and that, the Vince Lombardi Trophy and everything like that. Ron Barassi sits at that level in our game, absolutely. I love the fact something's happening. I didn't know it was going to be retrospective. Is that actually going to be the case?
That's what I'd heard.
For how long? Back to...
I think as far back as we can go.
I know we've got a lot to talk about tonight. Can I just throw one little thing about that?
Yep.
I would love it to be if it's going to go to the Premiership captain, to go to the official club captain of the Premiership team. So by that I mean Matt Primus is a Ron Barassi medalist, or Bob Murphy's a Ron Barassi medalist, or Stewie Maxfield's a Ron Barassi medalist, because of the influence, the massive influence they still had over the Premiership team. Even though they're not technically now referred to as a Premiership captain because they didn't lift the cup, they are still clearly great leaders of the team that goes on to win the premiership, so I wouldn't mind that.
What happens if some of these clubs have got 2 or 3 captains? Yeah. So what do they do? Split it in thirds?
Apparently they're going to have multiple medals. So
yes, that's where
the other thing is too, that apparently the captain will also get the premiership medallion that the rest of the team will get. So if the captain's the best player on the ground on the day,
he could win 3 medals.
He could have 3 medals around his neck.
Plus lift the cup up.
Yeah, correct.
The AFL Cup.
And if we bring back the captain coach, he might have 4. If he gets We're a little way from that happening. The big footy story of the day is that the fixtures changed. So if you're just driving home, you're thinking, there is already changes for tomorrow's fixture. Due to extraordinary events down in Tasmania, electrical concerns have brought forward the game between Hawthorn and North Melbourne. It was meant to be the twilight game at 4:30. It will now be played at 12:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. The staff responsible for fixing power outages in Launceston are on strike. And as a result, the AFL say they cannot take the risk of staging a game that is going to be played obviously during a large portion under lights, and they can't risk it being plunged into darkness, and as a result it'll be moved to broad daylight. So that game is going to be played at 12:30. It also affects another game, the match between Richmond and GWS, that has been pushed back to a 3:20 start.
Gold Coast, sorry. Corbs,
what did I say?
You said GWS?
Yeah,
oh, good, yeah. Richmond
what time was that, Corby?
That was at 2:20.
So it's gone to 3:20.
Yep, so it's moved back an hour. Yep, so that's Richmond Gold Coast at 3:20.
It was 2:10. It was 2:10. Yep, and it's on at 3:20.
Hour 10 minutes back. 3:20 is the new official start time. Richmond Gold Coast and Hawthorn and North Melbourne will start at 12:30 tomorrow. You're on the way down there, Mick.
I am.
I don't want to make too big a thing.
It's going to affect a lot of people.
Yes.
Well, I can say about my family for a start off. My son was going, and because of circumstances with his young family, he can't be there at that particular time, so he misses out. My wife's coming down, so she's not going to go down there because he's not going. So there's 2 vacant seats. I hope something does happen where they can go, but I reckon you
imagine the number of people who would have
Hobart.
Or Hobart, or even Melbourne. It's a 4:30 game. Hey, we'll jump on the mid-morning flight. We'll get there about 12:30, 1 o'clock. We'll grab something to eat and we'll go to the game. Those people are going to miss the first half of the game and miss everything they've gone down there for.
This is a bit of an issue with the Upper Isle. I mean, earlier in the year I was meant to go to a game at York Park, got delayed multiple times due to fog. We ended up having to cancel it and call it from the studio, and that has happened to multiple flights sort of early in the morning, which is unavoidable, trying to get people in and out. But this will be an issue. I mean, Tasmania are entering the competition in 2028.
Yeah, it's not a good look at it.
This is a shocking look. But literally, they can't keep the lights on or guarantee that the lights will stay on, and as a result, the game's getting moved.
Yeah. I think it's just it's damning.
What if I told you on top of that, if you're a Hawthorn fan and you wanted to get a new flight, there's one flight available to you that would get you there on time, leaves at 9 a.m. It's been bumped up to $1,000 a ticket.
Of course it has. They don't price. There's no price gouging there.
Business.
Obviously, petrol's gone up.
Business class only.
And I'm also hearing that Dean Brogan, who was supposed to be a second expert with Mick tomorrow, has not flown to Lonnie because the flight to Tassie today has been cancelled from Melbourne.
There you go. You could be one out, Mick.
You could be calling the whole game, Mick.
Well, I called it last week, so there's no...
Are you any good? How's your play-by-play calling, Mick?
Yeah.
Should I be worried?
Yeah.
He's sitting behind me. Has he got a knife ready to... Is this my last game?
Obviously got numbers on their back.
You'll be in safe hands with Chris Rowbottom and Michael Maney tomorrow, so that's part of our coverage on ABC Sport. But it's an extraordinary move due to those electrical concerns and the industrial action as a result. Hawthorn North Melbourne now 12:30 Eastern. Richmond Gold Coast now 3:20 Eastern. The Geelong West Coast game remains untouched. All right, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. Tim Hodges is the 5th member of our crew. He's on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, the Demons footy boss, Alan Richardson, has been good enough to join us. Richo, can I talk about the ground first? You've just been out there for the warm-up. A hell of a lot of rain has fallen in the last couple of hours. It is very slippery.
It is incredibly slippery, and the forecast is we're still going to get a little bit more. So you can imagine that's going to continue throughout the game, and it'll be one of those games, I reckon, where the team that can handle these conditions the best, given, they're a really good attacking team, we're trying to be, so we're going to go after our offence too. So it'll be who can cope with these conditions best will get the job done, I'd suggest.
It is a weird vibe here tonight, isn't it? What's the mood in your camp? The 21 and 23 premiers sort of have not a whole lot to play for tonight. It is a bit of a weird Friday night at the footy, isn't it?
Yeah. I think recent... So our last 2 games, we beat them last year. They got us in the final, and so this year they've beaten us. They're really close games. They're great contests. We have a lot of respect for certainly for the Pies and the way they go about their footy. Obviously they're the running premiers. We know that this is going to be a cracking game. We've been disappointed with our year. We got 2 weeks ago, we got beaten by Port, who had beaten Sydney by 100 points the week before. We got beaten by 4 points or 2 points, whatever it was. We had a good performance against the Suns last week. I think the only interstate team to go up and beat them. That was a strong performance. We're now looking to do that against a team that, we all rate really highly. So that's what's online for us, and we've got to do it for our fans. It's not just about us. We represent the jumper, we represent the club. We can't just pick and choose, and even though the season is dead, we've got to go hard.
It is a long time since the Demons had a dead rubber game, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I reckon we were really concerned about. This is 2 weeks old. We've been dead for 2 weeks, really, and so when you consider the boys were able to get themselves up for that enormous challenge of beating the Suns on their home deck, no one's done that. We did a good job. We're now in front of, I'd imagine, predominantly Collingwood fans out here today. We're looking forward to the challenge again, and so and we owe, as I said, we owe it to our fans. It's not just about us. We can't pick and choose when we pull on the jumper.
We appreciate your time, Alan Richardson. I'll send you upstairs to the crew.
G'day, Richo. Mick Moldhouse. How you going, mate? Good, thanks, Mick. I've got to hit you with this one. Best culture in living memory from Gary Pert. I know you and he are very, very close. Yep. Do you share the same sentiment? I don't really understand the context of that interview, Mick. To be honest, I didn't listen to all of it. I certainly saw the headlines. Here's what I've said about it. We had some challenges over pre-season. You can point to culture if you like. They were very, very different issues, and I'm talking about Clayton and Joel Smith. There's been a lot of noise outside from no, I can't say that. I'll get myself in trouble. I was going to say something that might trip me up then, Mick. But in terms of people that have left...
let's come to the media.
And people that have left our footy club that have chosen to... Yeah, and that's something that, whilst it looks messy, and I think it makes our fans feel uncomfortable, and we wish it wasn't said about us, there is absolutely no substance to any of that stuff at all. But, yes, certainly Clayton had some challenges. I'm pretty proud of what we did, Mick, from a club's point of view, to get him back on track. Whilst that hasn't happened out, hasn't transferred to his footy this year, he certainly had some challenges. But as a person and as a bloke, he's done a really good job. And the Smithy one was incredibly disappointing. That's not our footy club. We had no idea that was happening. That was that was something that come on us late. So I don't know whether I've answered the question for you, Mick. But when you have people like Gawn and Viney, Christian Petrarca and Stephen May and these blokes...
Richard, can I just jump in there about Petrarca?
Yep.
One of the staggering things that I've now, again, media, whether it be right or whether it be wrong, that Petrarca, given the seriousness of his injuries, didn't have a guardian angel with him at any stage, or may have, but certainly didn't have it for a full length, where I know other clubs would never let a player with that sort of injury be out of sight, particularly with the fragile state of his mind and the type of injuries. And yet, if we're hearing what we're hearing, it's simply that he was, I'm not going to say left to his own device, but when he left, who was he calling upon? Who was calling into him? Who was actually going physically seeing him? See, phone calls are cheap. I just know that the great clubs would never let a player out of his sight, so that when he comes back, he is ready to go, and any hiccups mentally or physically, he's already been addressed. And yet we're not hearing that about Melbourne.
Yeah, okay. Now, if you were with us, Mick, and if you understood everything in terms of the support that he's had, either from a medical point of view or from a welfare point of view, then you would say, Melbourne, you're a great club.
Why does he disagree with that?
I've never heard that from Christian. What I've heard from Christian is how challenging it was for him, the trauma that he went through, the fact that for a big part of his recovery, he could not actually have people with him because of the deficit in his immune system. So that was basically left to Bella in many ways. And
the players know all this stuff. It just appears they didn't. There just seems to be a bit of a disconnect there, because the players and I got information on this one that they were a bit angry that where was he, what's he doing, how, is there different rules and etc. like that. Now, again, it's a little bit of hearsay, but one of it was pretty much on the, straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, no, look, a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, Mick, and a lot of stuff that we're, I suppose, dancing around the edges of is very personal. And so we, as a footy club, gave the football team and the playing group and the broader staff constant communication about what was going on. We certainly had to respect Christian's privacy as well.
Yeah. Will you keep him?
Oh, most definitely.
So he's not looking to go?
He's contracted for 5 years, Mick. He's with us.
Well, yeah, but is he looking to go?
No, he's not looking to go. He's staying with us, Mick.
Right, all the best, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Just on the communication aspect, Alan, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Is it something that you can see that we could have done better in retrospect?
No. I think our comms have been really consistent with what we knew at various stages, coupled with the privacy that we need to and the respect that we needed to show for how much he was struggling. We let the players know how much he was struggling. It was not until he had the opportunity to get in front of the players himself during the week and just give them a greater understanding of what he'd been going through, and that was a really important meeting.
Richo, when it relates to tonight, the playing group's usually a really tight group, but they've got ears. They understand some of the things that are being said, whether false or true. Contract talks, people wanting away from the club, all this swirls around. How do you get them back onto task, knowing that there's no next week, there's no finals on the horizon for this group? How do you get them to play a good game of footy tonight?
Well, this was swirling around last week, Lingy. Yep. I mean, this has been around for a couple of weeks now, hasn't it? It's clearly we've been dead. I was saying earlier that we've been dead in terms of being able to play finals for 2 weeks now, and we're the only team outside of Brisbane to beat the Suns on their home deck and did it quite convincingly. I thought that was a really strong performance and speaks to exactly what you're talking about. My expectation would be it'd be another really strong performance
tonight. And when you get led by people like Gawn and Viney, who lead from the front and set great example, inspire their teammates into great effort, then we don't leave things to chance. As I said, they set the example.
Have you seen others jump up at this time? So Gawn and Viney, absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. Their hearts are incredible with the way they continue to set their standards for the group. And maybe there's a little bit of a question on the season too, Richo, and perhaps a little bit of the disappointment. Has there been others jump up and say, yeah, I'm going to lead with these guys, I'm going to finish the season as well and make sure? Is there someone else putting their hand up as that next level of leadership?
Oh, look, I think in Christian's absence, Trent Rivers' ability to go from the back into the midfield has been a real positive for us. Not only in terms of the footy that he's played, but to your point around his leadership. If you were to sit in a line meeting, you'd see how he invested. He's still learning that caper. He's obviously played a lot of footy down back and has had to continue to learn. But he's been a real positive. McVie, not dissimilar, albeit only the last couple of weeks, because Clayton's gone out of the team as well, so we've needed someone else to step up. Troy Chaplin's our backline coach. He's certainly wanting no more mids to go because we keep pinching him from his line. But look, there's a couple of examples. Daniel Turner's got real leadership. He's you'd love the way he goes about his foot. He's a real competitor. Petty as a competitor, Van Ruin. We're really getting a strong group of those tall forwards that are young blokes that are starting to own this footy team, and that's really positive.
Just last one, Alan. Ben Brown kicked 6 last week in the VFL. Did you consider rolling him out for a farewell game?
No, he could hardly walk this week at training, Brown. You've got to love him. He's got everything out of his body. His knee just won't go another round, really. That's where he's at. And he's been a beauty for us. He's helped us win one, obviously, and he's been a great person for our footy club.
Alan, all the very best for not just tonight, but for the summer ahead. Appreciate your time as always.
Good on you guys.
Alan Richardson, the head of footy at the Melbourne Football Club, downstairs with Tim Hodges. More from Hodgie in just a moment. It is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse up in the box. No late changes. You can hear in the background the reigning premiers. We'll only be able to call them that for another 5 weeks or so. They are out onto the G for their last game of the home and away season. And barring some complete historical implosion, it will be their last game of 2024.
It's becoming a little bit of a common thing, Corbs. The Premiers not making it to finals the following year shows how hard it is to back it up.
I'm fascinated to get both of your thoughts on why that is. So 3 of the last 4 years the reigning Premier has missed. The actual team that's won the flag hasn't won a final now in 4 years, given the fact that Richmond haven't won one since winning in 2020. Melbourne the same, Geelong the same, can change, obviously. Collingwood here likewise. But when you look at the 20 years previous to that, it had only happened twice that the reigning Premier hadn't made the 8. Why have we seen it change so dramatically in the last 4 years?
I don't know why specifically for the last 4 years, but it is so brutal on the bodies. They are middle distance elite runners now, while being ballistic missiles, throwing themselves into contests. They get smashed to bits. The season is now longer. We've got the extra round, the extra game, and the 25 weeks. It is a brutal, brutal game. And then when you get through finals, it goes to a whole different level and the brutality gets even higher. And the fact that you are then behind on your pre-season, behind on your off-season surgeries, behind on everything you're doing, it's so hard to catch up again, Corbs. That's the only thing I can think of.
I'll come back to that. Breaking news, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, this is news even to Alan Richardson. I just saw it come up on Twitter as he left the interview, and it's unfortunately bad news for the Demons as they come out the race now, but it's Jake Lever has been taken out of this team. This has only happened in the last 10 minutes while we've been speaking to Richo. He's been battling illness all day, and I think in the end the Demons are saying they basically left it up to him to get through the warm-up to see if he was okay, and I think he's made the call that he's not confident he could get through the whole contest with the bug that he's got. So they've decided very, very late to pull him out of this 22. So Tajwo Woden comes in to the team. I'm unsure, to be honest with you, whether the subs will change. So the subs were posted an hour ago. Bailey Laurie is the sub on that for the Demons. Finn McRae for the Magpies. But, this is such a late change. We'll have to to wait and see. So we'll try and hit up the Demons to see if they're going to switch those subs. But that is a massive out tonight with Lever out.
All over it, Hodgie. Thanks for that. So there has been an incredibly late change. Just recapping, Jake Lever out with illness, and Taj Woden comes into the team. At this stage, the tactical subs, Bailey Laurie for Melbourne, and no late change for the Pies, but Finn McRae is their sub. So even after the team sheets dropped, Jake Lever is out of this game. Full preview coming up next on ABC Sport.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy. The ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes.
AFL.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
We're here. We have arrived at the final week of the home and away season. Week 25, round 24. It is Melbourne and Collingwood. Always a grudge match when these two teams go at it. You don't believe me? Well, there's plenty of recent history. Petrarca and Darcy Moore, of course, their collision resulting in catastrophic injuries and really sent the Melbourne Demons campaign into a tailspin. We had Maynard versus Brayshaw. We had Stephen May at the end of last year saying we're a much better team than them, despite the fact they won the premiership. Ed Langdon's call of all duck, no dinner. We had Simon Goodwin talking about how valued Brodie Grundy is at our club compared to the way he was at Collingwood. And at the end of the year, they moved him on too. Plus, you've got Craig McRae as recently as last week saying how good that Christian Petrarca would look in black and white stripes. It is Melbourne and Collingwood. Although there's not a whole lot on the line apart from pride, Collingwood would need a 200-point swing on Carlton and a bunch of other games to go their way in order to make it. There is a whole lot to play for whenever they clash, Melbourne and Collingwood. There is an extremely late change. Jake Lever is out with illness. He did the warm-up but didn't get through it. As a result, Taj Woden comes into the Melbourne team. Bailey Laurie and Finn McRae are the starting subs. Kelly Underwood's here to call it with me. Hello, Kel.
Hello, Corbin. Good to be here. And, of course, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling joining us as they do every Friday night. Mick, I guess, we're going to find out tonight which teams checked out maybe early and who wants to finish on a winning note. But if you are Craig McRae, and it seems ridiculous, but there is the slightest chance that Collingwood still can get in, and they'd have to win by a lot. We know there's a 200-point turnaround and they need the other two results to go their way. Do you at any point address it and say, let's just win and kick goals and just see what happens?
I reckon that they'll just come out and just hammer that. It'll just be, see you later, Irene. It'll be get it and run it and kick it and just see what damage you can do on the scoreboard. I don't see any other way, the way Craig won coaches and Darcy Moore captains and the midfield play. It's just going to be... There's going to be no thing of, we want to put our nose in front, because they're not going to gain anything from it.
Did he show his hand a little bit at selection? So leaving McStay out, but managed him for the last game, and all the kids have come in. So 4 inclusions: Dean, Allen, McRae, Richard. So chance to have a look at those guys.
I'm pretty sure they'd be. Look, as far as McStay goes, it's an extraordinary story for a big bloke, particularly, to come back from an ACL, get up and play. And look, he only has to be remotely sore, and I can understand why you do that. The last thing you want to do is, if he's a bit tired, a bit sore, and he's a bit fatigued, and he does his knee. So you need him going to pre-season. Yes, you'd be looking at a few younger players. Have they got many more underneath? Because they're second to second bottom. I know they've had the odd injuries, as have a lot of clubs. They're not really... They haven't got a lot down there. So will they have a look at players? If you don't know by now, Corby, let me tell you don't know. Yes. Because I don't think the last game is going to be... it was yesterday you go, let's play him because we want the other clubs to look at him. Maybe they might take him off our hands, or, you want to do us. No, guess what? They know.
Interestingly, they've got 9 30-year-olds on their list, all of them expected to go on next year. Jeremy Howe's hit a trigger. Jake Knoll reporting Steele Sidebottom's going to go on. Pendlebury as well. Just on the D's, Lingy.
Yes, of course.
One guy who won't be playing another game in a Melbourne jumper is Alex Neil-Bullen. So he's got 2 years to run on his contract, but it became public a couple of weeks ago that he's going to ask for a trade back to South Australia, and the club will grant that.
I'm laughing because I just wonder if maybe I'm becoming grumpier or just maybe more ruthless in my older age. To paint the picture, the Melbourne banner, as the Demons ran out of the ground, said, "A big farewell to Alex Neil-Bullen and Ben Brown." I find that absurd, ridiculous, almost stupid, because Ben Brown, sure, absolutely, he deserves a wonderful farewell. He terrific player. The other bloke, who I really like as a player, don't get me wrong, and as a person, but he's choosing to play at a different club next year. He doesn't want to play for your club anymore. Why are you giving him a big, beautiful farewell?
That's a good point.
I'm not saying you need to rip him to shreds because people make their choice, and yes, he was a premiership player and everything like that. I don't want you to stand here and boo him. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you have to celebrate him and send off this beautiful little cheerio. I'd be leaving his name off that banner. Am I too ruthless?
Not at all. Not at all. No, you'd paint on the other side, upside down.
Hey, Mick, you said during the year, I think you were interviewing Craig McRae at the time, and you said both Stu Sidebottom and Scott Pendlebury should go on together, that you'd need to let one go.
Shouldn't or should?
Or shouldn't.
No.
Weren't you saying let one go and then let the other one go, and once it became evident that Scott Pendlebury was going to play on, I don't know, was there this presumption that maybe this year would be Stu's last? I know he was the teacher's pet when you were in charge. But are you surprised he's going on?
I said there's two things. Age should not be considered if there's form. If there's good form, don't worry about it. If the form is patchy and it's starting to fall off, then what you don't want to do is have one of the greats play seconds. That's what I've said. Now, if they keep fronting up, Steele tagged the other week and was unbelievable on that wing. As a tagged winger, he hasn't coped for the last 7 or 8 years. But half back, he's good. His form is no different than what it was at the beginning of the year, so therefore you'd say, why shouldn't he? The only worry, and this is something that you don't know, and I'm sure, Lingy, you've been through this with your teammates and perhaps even yourself. Something pre-seasons from October through to January tends to be a real marker of whether the player has picked the right time to keep going or not, because all of a sudden he just doesn't seem as quick in February or March, and then he starts to struggle and you go, yep, 1 year too many. So it happens, and it's very hard to really mark. But
I agree with you. We are seeing more and more clubs use really effectively the super experienced older players on the wing. So Collingwood for the Giants, Travis Boak for Port Adelaide, and Steele, I know he's played wing most of his career and played it very, very well. But that it's almost that he's playing and they're playing that wing role that is...
It's a wing back.
Yeah, a wing back, and it's not necessarily speed based.
No,
it's decision making.
Decision based.
Yeah, decision based winger. So you can afford to lose a fraction of your speed in those roles and still be highly effective, because as that's so experienced, you see the game and you understand where you need to position yourself.
Even though it's a glorified dead rubber, do you think it'll be hot given the recent history between the two teams?
It will be, but it'll be I reckon the thermometer will be turned down a bit. I just don't see it being a 4-point.
May, Lever, Oliver, Petrarca, none of them are out there.
Yep.
Collingwood should destroy this team.
That's why I'm saying that this 100 points is not beyond.
Yeah. It only shows how bad a loss it was by the Gold Coast Suns last week. They should not have been beaten.
Just on the equation too, they need to make up a 200-point differential, give or take, against Carlton. So if they win by 100, they need the Blues to get beaten by 100, and you can slide your scale from there. They win by 80, they need the Blues to lose by 120. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. The captains have just met in the middle. G'day, Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. Darcy Moore won the toss. The Pies will kick to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. Just repeating the news. So Jake Lever did the full warm-up, and we were speaking with Alan Richardson while he was out there. He came back inside, and just prior to running out through the banner, he pulled the pin and said he couldn't get through 4 quarters with the bug that he's been dealing with for the last couple of days. So Tajro Woden comes in now, just clarifying the substitute. It remains Bailey Laurie is still the sub, so Tajro Woden comes into the 22. The weather is the big one tonight. Lots of rain in the past 2 hours. The ground, I was out there, unbelievably wet and slippery. The longest stops possible required tonight. Now, the MCC very rarely gets their crowd figure wrong, guys. They're expecting 57,000 people tonight. I think that estimation was done before the big wet hit. We are nowhere near that at the moment. I would think maybe 35 to 40,000 at the moment. So I hope that builds over the next 15, 20 minutes, but it is pretty small. And the Demons wearing black armbands tonight in honour of Sam Landsberger. A horrible week for the media footy industry, so nice that they're paying their respects.
Well said, Hodgie. And on behalf of all of us at ABC Sport, we extend those as well to Sam, his friends, his family, and so many of his colleagues, of course, that we work with closely at our shop as well. We're just about ready to go. The umpire holds the footy aloft once more with feeling for the Demons and the Pies, the premiers of last season. Their road expected to end here on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And it's the perfect bounce. Gorn beats Cameron in the air. A couple of veterans inside bottom, and Pendlebury has started in the middle. Slides out towards Ed Langdon's wing. It's Salem that toes it off the turf in the direction of Fritsch on the southern wing. It is. Langdon goes in hard, and he's caught by still side bottom, and they fall to the turf. It'll be a ball up on the southern wing.
Just to take the pressure off you guys to the votes tonight, Nick Dacos, 6 votes clear in the ABC Footballer of the Year, so 3-2-1 system, perhaps a little forerunner for what's to come, but Nick Dacos has already taken out our award. Ball up out on that outer wing, picked up by young Allen, hand pass away to Josh Dacos, goes short to Pendlebury. Collingwood with it in the middle of the G. Pokes the pass to Nick Dacos. Right on cue. Plays on immediately. Gets around a couple. He slips as he goes to kick and turns it over. And Tom McDonald just bangs it out of the defensive 50 for Melbourne.
Where there's a 2-on-1. 2 Demons players. Van Rooyen left it and Fritsch took it. So he's got it a long way from home. The centering kick to Neil Bullen. Coming the other way was Noble. It was a 50-50 ball in the end. Elliott mops up a little give and go, and he's going to get it again, Elliott. Gives it off to Noble, all by hand. Handballs towards Nick Dacos, right on the 50. He retreats back to John Noble. He's going backwards as well to Pendlebury. Still got all the time in the world after, 400 and something games. It's incredible. And into the pocket he goes, the left forward pocket, where Hoskin Elliott juggles a one-handed mark in a one-on-one contest with Tom McDonald.
We might send the runner out there and just pass on what you just spoke about, Corbs, to Melbourne, that Nick Dacos is leading by 6 votes in the Player of the Year award. No one has gone near him as he has broken the forward 50 twice in a row.
Hoskin Elliott in the pocket, off a couple of steps, he runs round the boundary and he's curled that through for a minor score. It was very close indeed. The Demons cheer squad sitting behind the goals at the punt road end.
Just to add on to that, thingy, when he ran through the 50-metre line, there was not a player within 15 metres, and why he just didn't keep going, I think he's felt sorry. He must have thought that there was someone there, because
he thought there must be someone closing me down.
Exactly.
Now he brings it into Hoare, who marks in the back pocket, goes long up to the wing. Darcy Cameron trying to reel it in one-handed, unsuccessful. Ball spills out towards Neil Bullen, knocks it to the advantage of Billings, gives a hand pass away towards Tomlinson, high up and under down the wing for the D's, flying in from the side, Melksham, no mark, hits the deck, here's more for Collingwood. Right on the wing, hand pass to Howe, up and under down the boundary line. Schultz got a critical touch in there, forces it away from Billings, knocks it on further forward. Hoare intercepts, jams it on the boot, but kicks it too wide, it's out on the full. And Collingwood will get it back in front of the benches. And there's the response for Braden Maynard as he picks up the footy.
And then warm applause, the response from the Magpie Army. So Maynard's got it right in front of the Pies bench. He launches it long towards Gawn and Cameron, and Gawn kills it over the boundary line, for those that don't remember. Of course, the D's fans not happy because the collision that left Angus Brayshaw concussed in the final series last year ended Angus Brayshaw's career. He didn't play after that.
Boundary throw in, forward 50 for the D's, for the Pies rather, as Gawn moves Cameron out of the way, then gets a hand pass to Tolstrup, jams it on the boot, dribbles forward to Pickett, hand pass to Neil Bullen, handball out wide to Billings. Has it for Melbourne, chips it short down the wing, finds Melksham. D's home game, so all in navy with the red V and the Red Sox. And Collingwood all in white shorts and the black stripes. Kick down to half forward, no mark for Moore, playing in front, spills out the back, Cozzy Pickett onto it, Kazaya kicks the first of the night.
Wow.
Turns to the Collingwood faithful and says, how about that as a bit of work? He's got the opener 4 minutes in. The D's 1 straight 6. Collingwood 1 behind. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, it's extraordinary goal, Lingy. And I say that because he was running on the right-hand side. I initially thought that he had someone in the goal square. He's going to try to get this ball to him. But he went for the goals. I'm going to go and see this again because I reckon it's gone out to the left and swung back late, because how do you get through the goals, if you're me? But you expect these things from Pickett. He just seems to be able to kick the miraculous goal, but he also used that one touch and that bit of speed which broke Collingwood open, and his man there was Stu Sidebottom. Yeah, that ball has sort of swung late back in.
Beautiful goal, though, isn't it?
Unbelievable. But it all come about with the touch and that first 3 or 4 steps. He just blitzed the field.
Quick hurried kick out of the bullseye. Goes on the southern wing. Langdon gets there. A little fumble under pressure from Sidebottom. Still they go again. Crashing in and well played was Allen. Gets a handball out into space. It favours Salem. He picks it up. He's then turned into the turf by Cox. Spills out wide, and the Demons with handballs. Fritsch over the top. Should sit here for Rivers instead of picking it up because Quaynor was coming. He soccers it mid-air in the direction of Josh Dacos. Flick was clever by Maynard in the direction of Pendlebury. He's got it at centre half back. He has to then just knock it free. Allen with a kick. It was smothered by Max Gawn. Tough footy, but Collingwood still in possession. And looping up on it is Schultz. Schultz gives it over to Maynard. He has a bounce. Kicks it over the head of Nick Dacos, who was in a bit of space at centre half forward. Waiting at the back was Bobby Hill. He goes back to Lipinski, and then Lipinski's going to hit up Dacos. Hard running Nick Dacos. He did have Christian Salem for company, but he was about 2 metres behind the entire sprint.
That's as close as he's been all night, though, Cal.
And Dacos will line up for a set shot, a tough angle. He's only a step or two in from the boundary at right half forward.
So Nick Dacos is starting. No, Dacos is starting half forward. Yeah. Salem is his opponent. It cannot continue like that. I've been watching them closely. Salem's letting him go wherever he wants.
He doesn't play on anyone anyway, so why would he change tonight?
Well, the best player in the comp won't feature in September, but can he kick a couple of late magic goals? It was touched on the line. The most difficult angle, right where the arc, the 50, hits the boundary line at the Punt Road end, and just didn't have the journey, the trip in it. So 1 straight 6 Melbourne, thanks to Cozzy Pickett, and the Pies 2 behinds.
As Rivers marks the kick out. And a slow play, Collingwood well set up here in the defensive 50, so he's just going to have to switch play across the half-back line, finds Salem. Seeing what's on offer down the southern side, and there's not a whole lot of exits there either. That's an ugly kick, turns it over cold. Quaynor takes the intercept mark, looks back inboard, finds Pendlebury, short kick down to high half forward, and here's Nick Dacos, has it knocked out of his hands by Langdon, that'll be 50, and Nick Dacos will be kicking from about 15 metres out.
Well, Salem in the last 2 or 3 seasons has lost 20 metres of his kick. He's just a pea shooter and not very accurate after that kick.
And goes nowhere near his opponent.
Oh, well he hasn't all his career.
Dacos goes. He kicked the first on grand final day. He's got their first tonight in what may well be Collingwood's grand final in 2024, coming 5 weeks earlier than that hope. 1-2-8 the Magpies. Melbourne are 1 straight 6. We're 8 minutes into the opening term. It's Collingwood by a couple of points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
So what Collingwood are doing, they're starting with their midfielders, centre bounce midfielders, Lipinski, Sidebottom, Chris, those types of players. Nick Dacos is starting at half forward with a licence to drift up and play almost an extra mid, but with his running capability is then getting back inside forward 50 hard. Christian Salem is letting him go up by himself, but then also when Dacos turns and breaks back inside forward 50,
he's falling off further.
He's still not taking responsibility for him. So it's a total win for the Pies with that position.
This time it's Cameron that palms it down to Viney. His little toe poke went half a metre to his opponent, Chris. Handball's over looking for Sidebottom. Got a bad bounce initially. Good enough to gather and then kick backwards.
Yeah, you wonder why that he's re-signing. That bit of play there, just his ability to win that one-on-one, turn and find an easy target. Fantastic.
And that target was the youngster in Parker, who marks it centre half back and then flicks it wider still by foot to Darcy Moore. Did up Josh Dacos, just missed the target. He's able to regather Dacos, but his kick's gone straight to Langdon of the opposition. Now the D's. Can they go on the turnover? Petty marks. Petty gives it back to Langdon. Langdon draws the defender, tries the handball over the top. Here's a chance for Chandler. Keeps it in play. Comes back inboard, but again they cough it up inside 50 and side bottom. From the bottom of the pack, from behind the pack, he gathers. He goes to Schultz, drives it inside 50. It's a one-on-one. Caught behind is Elliott. Getting there first will be Tom McDonald. And that is the super professional slide over the boundary line. And not realise that I slid over the boundary line. And I'm thinking, oh, wow, from Cameron Ling behind me says that was completely deliberate.
Why would he do it anyway? Elliott gave up on the chase, and that's just under 14 stuff. In fact, it's not even under 14. I reckon, Lingy, your young bloke, you sort of sent the message out to, and he's under 10, is it?
I'd be telling him, keep your feet, run with the footy, kick it to your teammate.
Pies by 2 points. Boundary throwing. Gawn grabs it out of the ruck. Tackle dispossessed. Collected by McCreary. Retreats with a kick. Melksham goes for a climb on Noble's shoulders. No mark. Howe, the 1-2 hand pass. Gets it back. Snaps across the body going goalward. He's kicked it out on the full. And 1-2 with Jack Crisp, of course. And a 25 as usual for Collingwood. And a free kick for the Demons. I'll be able to bring it back into play. It is Collingwood by 2, 11 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, and the kick from Woden, who was the late inclusion's been chopped off. Well done by the young gun. Who was it, Lingy?
No, it was still side bottom.
Oh, it was still, there we go. Oh, he'd be flattered with that. It was chopped off by the young gun, still side bottom.
In a stiff neck, Lingy. It's down one end. This game's been played in Collingwood's 5th.
So a boundary throw in because still side bottom got the spoil over the boundary line, which means it's camped inside 50 here for the Pies. Now it's tossed in the air. Cameron, Lipinski waiting at the back. Nick Dacos, a little handball to Josh from 50. Standing start. He unloads. He's offline. Gee, had the distance.
One-step barrel.
Wow. But he pushed it to the left. So 1-2-8 Collingwood. 1 straight 6 is Melbourne.
Tomlinson and the kick out, drives it long up to the wing, and Jeremy Howe chops that off, keeps it in the front half for the Pies, kicks to Nick Dacos, centre half forward, no mark, spills down towards Salem. 1-2 with Gawn. Salem now decides to go up the corridor, and that'll turn out okay. Turner takes the mark, outer edge of the centre square. Looks inside the forward 50 for the D's. They're all rushing back. Pickett with the set. Kazaya goes for the flight. No mark. Follows up at ground level. Paddles it to his own advantage. Moore slides in. Collects. He's tackled up. Says ball up. And we'll have a ball up here. 25 metres out from the D's attacking goal at the city end. Collingwood by 3 points after a dozen minutes.
Inside 50s. Collingwood 9. Melbourne 4. But they're right at the top of the goal square here. Cameron easily in the ruck over Petty. Moore's got it. And then tackle him is Melksham to the ground.
Great to see Melksham back too after that big knees. It's surprising that they kept you on the list, and really encouraging that they have.
Cameron again beats Petty out in the direction of Pendlebury. Picked up by Melksham. He curls it around and puts it through for a minor score. Trying to bury it from the pocket with the miraculous goal, but just snuck through for a minor score. Collingwood by 2.
It's a bit ambitious, that shot.
Very.
Could have laid off the hand pass back to Pickett, actually.
Just repeating, Jake Leibel was ill coming in, so he was actually named on the team sheet, but then withdrew after the final warm-up just before the team ran out, so Woden takes his place. Of course, young Taj, son of Shane, who played for both these clubs. Of course, Melbourne played in grand finals for Collingwood. Bailey Laurie is the sub for the Demons, and Finn McRae for Collingwood is the exiting kick-out for the Pies, knocked out of play.
See Salem up here now. Lingy right next to Dacos is going to come through the other side. Chris Scott Salem, so it's...
Look at Dacos' boundary side, Nick.
Yeah, exactly.
Boundary showing. Cox palms it down to Nick Dacos, charging through the stoppage, wins it. Hand pass to Chris. He fumbles, turnover. Billings, handball to Woden, handball to McVeigh, took on the tackle and lost. Caught by Cox, holding the ball, advantage applied. McCreary gives it to Nick Dacos and hits up Hoskin Elliott. On the sprawly mark, he's got it at left half forward.
Yep, that's a good description, Nick. Embarrassing.
You guys called that perfectly. You're all over Nick Dacos then.
Well, all over his opponent. Well, because his opponent just refuses to go near him. And for a senior player, mind you, I've been off him for a few years because of the way he just does not play back line.
7 first quarter disposals already for Nick Dacos as Hoskin Elliott moves in and misses. To the left, he's set shot from right on 50. Collingwood by 3 points, 14 minutes in. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemouse, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, your call team.
So Bowie's on the kick-in duties from the punt road end. He goes for a bit of a dash and then he tries to drive it as long as possible. Mason Cox is there against Petty, a mismatch. Gets the spoil down, but at ground level, it's good work here by Chandler. Puts it on his left to a 50-50 ball. Well controlled by Tolstrop, but he had Josh Dacos for company. Dacos stole it off him, gave it to Crisp, who then gives it to Parker, streaming through the midfield. Beautiful kick. Hits up Bobby Hill, right on 50. He stabs it out in front of Cameron, and the ruckman marks in front of Tomlinson. And it's all too easy for the Collingwood team right now. They just need to put the pressure on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
They've kicked 1 goal for, and Darcy Cameron, who's had a wonderful year in the ruck, is going to go back and kick it from directly in front, 50 metres out.
That's a great call, Cal.
He has been magnificent, Cameron. He's as good as any going around.
Yeah.
And the difference is with him at the moment, him and Marshall, they both kick goals.
He's played every game this year, Darcy Cameron, after playing just 1 game in 3 seasons at the Swans. He closes to 45 and sets sail straight over the goal umpire's head. Now the Pies are putting the pressure on the scoreboard after dominating early. 2-4-16. The Demons 1-1-7. 5 minutes have gone here at the MCG. In fact, let's make it 10 minutes.
It's very much a domination, Cal. You're right. Look at the inside 50 count, 11-4. And I know the Cosy Pickett goal was a superb one, so they did make the most of one of those forward 50 entries, the D's, but everything else has been controlled by Collingwood. Dangerous. They haven't quite nailed it on the scoreboard with 2 goals for. We keep referring to Nick Dacos. He's had the 7 touches, but he's had 3 inside 50s, 5 score involvements, kicked a goal, 170 metres gained already. So they're just not putting attention and time into the players they need to stop at the moment, Melbourne.
There's not one Melbourne player go over 90 metres.
Cox palms it down to Crisp. He's tackled and a ball up in the middle.
I reckon the message has come out to Salem to get a bit tighter.
Pies by 9. The Rucks share it down. Rivers tackled as he tried to get a kick away. Ball jarred free. Says play on. Pemberbury likewise tries to get a kick out of congestion. Wrestled from him by McVie, and the says I'll have it.
I find this humorous. So Salem's now coming up playing tight on his opponent, but it's Lockie Schultz because Nick Dacos is having a rest. I reckon make sure when Dacos comes back on, you do it to him.
Third ball up in the centre square. Clearing kick from Parker. Up into the front half. Elliott. Slick hands away to Bobby Hill. Kicks deep to the goal square. Backpedaling. Hoskin Elliott marks. Tomlinson lost him back with the flight. And Hoskin Elliott retreats back to Bobby. He deserves the goal and he'll get a chance to finish off his work here. He'll kick from 20 out just right of centre.
But 100 points is looking okay. Honestly, you just don't trust Melbourne. We've seen them being beaten by 100 points before because of this type of play.
If Collingwood stay hungry and sharp for this whole game, 100 points is very much on the cards with the way the rhythm of this game so far.
It is.
So they need the 200-point differential on the Blues. So first they need to win by as many as they can, and then they need Carlton to get pumped and other results to go their way. Here's Bobby Hill, the MCG specialist, and the Norm Smith medalist slots it. Collingwood on top early. 17 and a half minutes in. The Magpies 3-4-22. Melbourne 1-1-7. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Nick Dacos running amok. And Collingwood 7 scores to 2 in the opening 17 and a half minutes of play. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, we've said it's embarrassing when we see some senior players play, and I'm going to say this, selfish football. When you see a side, and it's not because in Collingwood, it's just simply you see a side share the ball. That was a classical case where that's an easy shot on goal, kicks it back to Hill, who makes it easier still, but he goes back 30 metres. Why? Because it's for the team, it's an easier shot. You're not seeing that with Melbourne. At the moment, Melbourne are playing selfish football.
Collingwood by 15 points. Mason Cox is into the rut, up against Gawn. Gawn skies it. Oh, he almost marked it. Instead, he went for his spoil from his own kick. Now it's a 50-50 ball. Well picked up by Parker, and under pressure kicks out wide where Langdon's able to mop it up. Gives it over the top to Hoare, who caught in a bit of a pickle. Fritsch comes in and tries to help out. Now it's a loose ball. Sliding in was Viney. Toes it off the turf. Mason Cox had to get down low, pick it up, and then rockets it in the direction of the player Rivers for the D's. Now he goes long, and Mason Cox is back there. That's a nice passage of play from the American, who was involved in the ruck up against Gawn, and now he's taking a mark in the back pocket.
33 years of age, Mason Cox kicks straight down the corridor, turns it over, back to Rivers. Takes the intercept mark, the man who kicked it to Cox. And Rivers can reload for the Demons. Low trajectory pass inside 50. Maynard had fingertips on it, no mark. Oh, Pickett through the legs of Moore, gathers the footy. Now he's locked up in a heavy tackle. Through the legs for the 5-hole in the ice hockey term of Darcy Moore. Got a ball up here. 25 metres out from the Demons' goal. Gawn aggressively out after it. Jams it on the boot. Hits it. The fat part of the footy. Puts it out on the full. And forward pocket for the D's. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
He's busting his guts.
Just watching Nick Dacos. He's trying to get on the ground. He's sort of yelling to anyone, and I reckon anyone probably should be coming to the boundary. But right now, nobody is. So he's out of luck, and he's standing here with Josh Dacos just trying to get back onto the ground.
That's because he's sniffing just complete domination of this game. He's got that much time and space. Matt, you're right about Max Gawn, Nick. He's trying everything he possibly can. He is furious at the way his team's playing.
Sniffing a Brownlow medal, maybe, Lingy.
Oh, I think he might have it.
He's got his hands on his hips watching, and Josh next to him with his hands on his hips. They look like identical twins, apart from the different numbers. And they're barking instructions now as Collingwood with possession brings the ball right around in front of that Pies bench where Beau McCreary's marked uncontested. He's going to bomb it long. Inside 50 it goes again. There's plenty of height in that one. Tomlinson knuckles it over the boundary, which means we'll have a boundary throw in the left forward pocket, only about 20 metres around from the punt road end. 3-4 Collingwood to 1-1 Melbourne. Pies chance gone up. Warm applause here already as Gawn teaches Mason Cox a lesson in the ruck and then gets the exiting kick away, but it's a tangle of arms and legs. Umpire will ball it up just outside 50 here for the Pies.
I'm just interested in these stoppages. It's Collingwood players just are getting, they're determining where they want to get.
Cox palms it down, straight to Howes, hurries a kick forward down the wing. Maynard whacks it forward like Wayne Harms. Out to Cox, hand pass to Pendlebury, kick inside 50, superb. Straight onto the chest of Bobby Hill, and he marks in the corridor 35 metres out.
Just start moving. If you're a forward and the ball's about to be handballed to Scott Pendlebury, just make a break for it because he will find you.
Why would you stand behind though, Lingy? I'll ask this question. In any modern football, why would you stand behind with a space in front of you where the forward can lead into?
Bobby Hill lining up for his 30th goal of the season.
It's a good question, Nick.
Back-to-back goals in the game for Bobby Hill to finish off the superb team play. It's like shelling peas at the moment for the Pies. 4-4 to 1-1. Collingwood all over the D's. 4-4-28. Melbourne 1-1-7. A 21-point popper for the Demons. Time on opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lane.
So right now, just looking at the way the game is unfolding, the only thing that stops this game being an awful blowout, and we start talking triple figures, is Collingwood's attitude to how they want to play the game. Because if they are hungry and sharp and they stay locked in on every little detail, sharing the ball, working hard, contest to contest, putting that pressure on, not thinking, oh, we got the game in hand, we'll start cruising through.
No, they won't do that.
If they are on for the remainder of this game, this is going to get brutal, this game.
They won't do that because you've got a Pendlebury out there for a start off.
Yeah.
You've got Cameron in the ruck, Darcy at fullback. They are playing the game as you would expect right out.
Still side bottom, gives it to Nick Dacos, who gives it to Josh, who's run off half-back. He delivers out in front of his teammate Elliott. Couldn't take the mark. Good handball in there by Schultz. Comes up to McCreary. Off to Crisp. Crisp goes to the top of the goal square with a long bomb. It's a bouncing ball. No one can take it in the air. Langdon at ground level to Neil Bull, and he's caught umpire. Was it holding the ball? Play on. Play on advantage to still side bottom, who will need to kick a miraculous snap. And he buries it to side bottom. It was a controversial call for play on advantage because it didn't seem to be an advantage, but guess what? He's a man of steel and he puts it through, and they can smell a big margin here tonight. 5-4-34 Collingwood. They lead by 27. 1-1-7 And we've got 5 minutes to play before quarter time.
It was the right call by the umpire because he was about to stop the play because Bobby Hill was going to stop with the ball in his hands. But the moment he gave a handball, which is choosing to take a possession, it's the player's choice of whether or not there's advantage. And so he waved it on in, again, right decision. Just fortunately for Collingwood, Bobby gave it to somebody who's composed as steel side bottom and skillful. Just laid it across his body on the left. Nice finish.
What's 421, 27's thingy?
98.
Is that the
Am
answer?
I right?
No.
I think I'm
Close
right.
enough.
He's Dacos to his brother Josh. That's Nick to Josh, and now away to Pendlebury. To side bottom, rather. Ugly kick inside the forward 50. Picked up by Howes, centre half back. Hand pass away to McDonald. Short kick out of the defensive 50. Finds Chandler from Melbourne. D's chasing this game big time earlier. 27-point break for the Pies approaching quarter time. Kicks down the wing to McVee, who's off and running. Giving chase is Nick Dacos. He's not closing ground. McVee, after 3 bounces, turns it over. Kicks inside 50 and Cameron the intercept mark.
Mick, of course I meant to say 108, not 98.
Right, that's close enough.
And it had nothing to do with Cal showing me the answer on the calculator either.
Why were you asked? I'm totally confused.
Why?
27 points.
Oh, okay.
By four quarters.
I'm with you. Okay, right.
Can I just say that one of the things you're taught as a kid...
I needed that explained too, don't I?
If you're going to bounce the ball, use the ball. Don't kick it straight to the opposition, which that Melbourne player did.
And one of the things you're taught as a commentator is never throw your fellow commentators under the bus, particularly with Matt's sons.
I just thought that...
Because footballers and presenters and hosts aren't well known for maths, Mick.
But, Kel, we're in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Isn't there 4 quarters?
Yes.
I like it. It's what you got to do, Mick. You got to show you're working out along the way.
Yeah. Well,
Collingwood in possession. Side bottom's got it.
Still, Sidebottom's gone back to being a 20-year-old.
He has. Possession number 6 and a goal. Looks for the American in Cox. Surrounded by Pies. A hacked kick out of there. Van Rooyen with a sit on the broadcast wing. Follows up with a handball to Petty. Petty then puts it out in front of Melksham, but he doesn't have the sit. It rolls over the boundary instead.
He's had a disappointing year, Van Rooyen, too. For all the hype and up and what we're going to do, he really hasn't fired a shot.
Jake Lever laid out with illness, by the way, so that's why he's not playing, just to clear that up for you. Lachlan off the SMS, so 0437 774 774. Laid in is Tajboy Woden. The tactical subs unchanged, Laurie and McRae for the two teams. Out of the stoppage, Neil Bullen into the middle of the ground to Chandler. Hand pass back to Neil Bullen. Gets a handball away. His teammate is locked up straight away, and the umpire says that's holding the ball. Bailey Fritsch had no chance to get rid of it. In the end, the tackle slipped. He had an arm free, and the umpire said that was enough. Josh Dacos, the tackler, rewarded. Flares it wide to brother Nick, and he goes short to Lipinski, who marks boundary line southern side. Bit hot, Lingy?
Oh, crazy. It's no prior opportunity. He actually tried to get rid of it and then ends up on the ground.
Lipinski sends the Pies down to half forward, and McDonald takes an intercept mark for the Demons. Collingwood by 27. 27 gone. Opening turn Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
McDonald just bangs it on his boot around the southern side of the MCG. Moore with the spoil. Went the way of Nick Dacos. Tried to handball to Lipinski. It was a little bit too hot for him. Bowie picks it up for the D's and delivers to the leading Turner. So Turner's got it 55 out. Howell the Mount on the mark. He just skirts around the perimeter to Rivers and now to Woden, who's got it on the other side. The entering kick over the head of Fritsch. Sliding in was Cameron for the Pies. There's Steele again. He's everywhere this first quarter. He gets it out wide to the youngster and Richards, who does well. Loops it over the top to Chris. Chris then out in front of Elliott. This is beautiful footy. It's almost premiership footy from last year. Rewind at 12 months.
Side of the ground.
Brings it back into Pendlebury. And now they stop.
They're just hanging off Melbourne. I just can't believe how much room they're just giving players ample opportunity.
Pendles went to Dacos. Dacos possession number 13. Gave it to his brother Josh. All-important kick inside 50. Off hands. Elliott applies the tackle on Tomlinson. There's a fumble in there for the D's. Fritsch is a long way from home. He tries to get in there and pick it up, probably because he barely touched it down the other end.
Oh, he wouldn't know what the football looks like.
And eventually it's over the boundary line. So a throw-in, still inside 50. All one-way traffic. All Collingwood as Craig McRae up out of his seat, barking instructions with a minute to play in this first quarter.
They kick the first goal of the game, the D's. Collingwood the next 5. 29 gone opening turn. Boundary throwing. Gawn pushes it back towards the boundary line, and that's his friend here out of play. Says spin it back in. The umpires, by the way, Lee Fisher, Brett Roseberry, Simon Meredith and Ray Chamberlain for the last time. So this is his final game.
No finals, so he's obviously not in the finals. Yeah, he's been a terrific umpire. It's a credit to him, really. He's a ripping bloke too.
Boundary throwing. Gawn hooks it down behind. Fritsch passes through. Hand pass to Bowie. Handball to Howes. He kicks along the boundary line. Finds Neil Bullen. Of course, he's playing his last game in red and blue. At least without the addition of another colour. Headed back to South Australia, of course, at the end of the year. Kicks down the wing. Gawn spills the mark. Falls down towards side bottom. Is there time for one more for the Pies? Kicks to left half forward. Schultz hangs it inside the boundary line for Collingwood. 50 out. Handball to Elliott. Handball to Richards. Lefty puts it inside 50. Turns it over. And the intercept mark for Woden. At a half-back, who was the late in for Jake Lever, missing with illness. And the son of Shane, Taj Woden, kicks to Gawn, and that'll do us. All Collingwood in the opening term, the reigning premiers by 27 points. They need to make up 200, the differential on Carlton, and that is also relying on a few other results to go their way. They need Fremantle to lose. They need the Blues to lose wide, and they need to win wide here if there is a passage to play finals. It is unlikely, but the way they're scoring in that opening term, maybe they can make up a fair piece of it tonight. The Magpies all over the Ds. 5-4-34, Melbourne 1-1-7, Collingwood by 27 at quarter time. 2 for Bobby Hill, the Norm Smith medalist, 1 each for Cameron Sidebottom and Nick Dacos. He's been electric. 13 disposals and a goal. Just to drill down further on that, 3 inside 50s and 5 score involvements, while Keziah Pickett has the only goal for Melbourne. It is quarter time on Friday Night Footy right here on ABC Sport. Back with the thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse next.
WORDGURU. Out of Tim Minchin, Zoe Coombsma and Tom Gleeson, who's best at spelling?
Does anyone really give a hoot about spelling anymore?
Based on the international hit series, join Guy Montgomery and Aaron Chen, challenging Australia's top comedians in a brand new contest of skill.
It's like mixed martial arts, but with words.
And no martial arts.
Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee.
Watch them squirm.
Stream all episodes free on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Quaynor takes the intercept mark, looks back inboard, finds Pendlebury, short kick down to high half forward, and here's Nick Dacos, has it knocked out of his hands by Langdon, that'll be 50, and Nick Dacos will be kicking from about 15 metres out. Dacos goals. He kicked the first on grand final day. He's got their first tonight.
He's played every game this year, Darcy Cameron, after playing just one game in 3 seasons at the Swans. He closes to 45 and sets sail straight over the goal umpire's head.
Third ball up in the centre square. Clearing kick from Parker. Up into the front half. Elliott. Slip hands away to Bobby Hill. Kicks deep to the goal square. Backpedaling. Hoskin Elliott marks. Tomlinson lost him back with the flight. And Hoskin Elliott retreats back to Bobby. Here's Bobby Hill, the MCG specialist. And the Norm Smith medalist slots it.
100 points is looking okay. Honestly, you just don't trust Melbourne. We've seen them being beaten by 100 points before because of this type of play.
Back-to-back goals in the game for Bobby Hill to finish off the superb team play. It's like shelling peas at the moment for the Pies.
Langdon at ground level to Neil Bullen. He's caught up higher. Was it holding the ball? Play on. Play on advantage to still Sidebottom, who will need to kick a miraculous snap. And he buries it to Sidebottom.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Pies by 27 at quarter time as round 24 gets underway here on ABC Sport. You are a grumpy old man, Lingy. Alex Neil-Bullen is going back to Adelaide for family reasons. He's been a great servant of the Melbourne Football Club.
Can I jump in there?
Are acknowledging his contribution and showing their appreciation. What's the issue from Georgie?
Well, so my shot, I hope it didn't come across that way, wasn't at Alex Neil-Bullen.
Yep.
It was at the club celebrating him. And he's choosing to play for another club. Alex Neil-Bullen, good on you. The player movement, free to move and free to do what you like.
Yep.
But I don't know why you want to go and celebrate him.
Pete from Ballarat, g'day all. Regarding players intending to move on to another club, should some fans be a bit cranky that a bloke who got 5 weeks and ruled himself out on his current club's finals campaign is also rumoured to want out of his contract early and take up an offer elsewhere? From Pete in Ballarat. I think the first part of his message, what he was getting at is, once a player decides that he's leaving, should he still be picked?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Given he's a premiership player, that's fine, and his form warrants it. I think he's a very good role player, Alex Neil-Bullen. So none of what I'm saying is about Alex. You are free to move. You are free to move home and everything like that. I remember back to when Gary Ablett Jr. left the Cats. There was plans at that best and fairest to give him a standing ovation. As the whole room, a planned standing ovation. 2-time premiership player, Brownlow medalist. Oh. And I'm like, no, hang on. He's choosing to play for another football club. I don't wish him any ill will. I would have taken the deal as well. I would have done all that. So there's no shots. But it's different celebrating him versus making him feel awful about it. Just let him go. But let him go without big fanfare or...
So what happened? No.
Oh, no, everybody said good luck,
right.
Enjoy your time, fantastic.
The standing ovation?
No.
Because you said don't do it?
And others.
So Georgie's right, you're cranky.
Wow. No, I'm not cranky. It's just somebody is choosing to play for a different football club to yours.
Yeah, it's good insight into high-performing environments and what makes them tick.
But I also might be cranky as well.
Yeah.
You've been sitting next to Mick every Friday night this year. It's rubbing off.
I'll tell you what, Kel.
Uh-oh.
I've been backing you up tonight, too.
Pies by 27. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with their thoughts on that opening term.
All right, Mick, we just pump up the Pies, or do we have a shot at Melbourne? Because it was impressive by the Pies, but gee, I was disappointed with Melbourne's effort and organisation.
And we're being unfair for 23 or 22 players because there's probably half a dozen that could be said that they're having a crack, which is their captain in particular.
Yep.
But outside of that, their methodology is quite poor, and I mean quite poor, because methodology with the football is one thing. Methodology when you haven't got the football is absolutely essential. You get it right.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
It's fascinating watching Simon Goodwin. He spent a couple of minutes on the bench, almost composing himself before he went out there. When he got to the quarter-time huddle, he sprayed the midfield group in particular. Then he had the stats rolled up and he thumped it against the whiteboard 4 or 5 times. So completely furious, disappointed, angry, the Demon coach, and they copped a mouthful during that quarter-time huddle.
Thanks, Hodgie. Second term underway. Pies by 27. First touch of the footy after the ruck contest is guess who? Nick Dacos. Possession number 14 coming up here. He's in a little tangle too with Rivers trying to get back to his feet. The ABC Footballer of the Year for 2024, Nick Dacos. He's already 6 clear, headed into the final round. Interesting to see what it all means in the Brownlow medal shake-up. And give you that leaderboard too at half-time as he go wide to Dean to Lipinski. Short kicking game, long inside 50, and Darcy Cameron just runs to the front of the pack, takes an easy mark in front of all of them coming behind him. And he's got it left half forward, 45 out.
Well, that's appropriate that you just said that, Corby. Easy, like you would have thought that the Melbourne players were told to hold back.
Yeah, I will say. So pump up for Mason Cox. Doesn't always get one off me. He got in the road of Max Gawn. Just ran in the path. So Gawn couldn't go with Darcy Cameron, but Gawn needed some help. Whoever the other tall down there is for Melbourne needed to understand. I think it was Tom McDonald. Fly with Darcy Cameron. Help me out a little bit.
Hasn't missed a set shot all year. Darcy Cameron. That's a pass. I don't think that's one of them. As he kicks across the goalface, misses Cox, and an intercept mark for McDonald.
Say that he was centering that one, Corbs.
I'll take that as that was my responsibility. So Melbourne have it. Last line of defence.
And kick straight towards the skipper for the Pies, Darcy Moore, who outmarks McDonald. He's got it at half forward. Got the half ponytail, half hair down, and the sweatband as he goes into the pocket, and Mason Cox, the last one in the pack that flew, and he had to knuckle it over.
If you are watching on television, you may have seen the 3 young lads who are dressed up as goal umpires behind the goals at the punt road end that are actually imitating the goal umpire every single time one goes through. They were busy in the first quarter when Collingwood were kicking that way, Kel. Maybe less so in this second term.
Okay, they need to move up to the city end. Toss back in. Salem with the handball to McVee, all under pressure. Somehow works its way to Neil Bullen off half back. He kicks to Petty. Petty's got to beat 2. He can't beat Howe and he can't beat Dean. Dean mops it up. Dean goes wide. Flares it to Lipinski. Puts it out in front of his teammate who came crashing out in Hoskin Elliott. Hoskin Elliott and Elliott coming the other direction. Neither could mark it in the end. It's gathered and kicked backwards to Quaynor.
Gee, Jamie Elliott's lucky he's not knocked out cold. That could have been awful.
Quaynor short to Pendlebury. Left half forward to the city end. Short stabbing pass. And this time Lipinski's got it.
Lipinski took that mark then when the Melbourne player looked at him run in front of him and just stopped. But they just don't man up, Melbourne.
Lipinski pulls it out in front of Cameron. He's got it again. Goodness me, it is all too easy. And Darcy Cameron, the ruck,
Max Gawn blocked again by Mason Cox.
has once again outmarked Tom McDonald.
Max Gawn's got every right to let rip on a few of his teammates. He does everything for this club, everything for this team. You'd think he could get a little bit of help.
Corbin mozzed him a minute ago. I'm not going to do that. Darcy Cameron, the ruck, in the left forward pocket. He's lining up for a set snap. Off a couple, he curls it through. Gee, he's accurate. He's got 2. And the mauling continues from the Pies. It's now 6-4-40 to Melbourne, 1-1-7, and the D's kicked the first goal of the game. So they've rattled off 6 straight to lead by 33 points. Early stages of the second term on the boundary line. Let's get down to Tim Hodges.
Kel, just one for Mick. Would there be a moment during this week where Craig McRae would have put on a whiteboard, if we're in a commanding position, let's drop the hammer and go for this huge percentage booster? Would that be in the coach's reckoning at any stage?
Well, it wouldn't have been even what stage of the game is. Just play the game and do every minute by every minute and attack every minute you can. And they've defended well, they've attacked well, and as a consequence, this is what's happening, Timmy.
Cameron wins the hit out, but Gawn gets the clearance, bangs it on the boot inside 50. No mark there for Petty. Spills down to Chandler. He chucks it on the boot, kicks goalward, and he's got it. And the long climb back starts with a single step, and that's a goal to Kate Chandler. Back to 27 points. Collingwood 6-4-40. Melbourne moved to 2-1-13. 5 minutes into the second term. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, ABC Sport.
It started with Max Gawn in the middle, got the clearance. He's just gritting his teeth. Unfortunately now for the Demons, he's got to come to the bench and have a little bit of a break. Van Rooyen will go into the ruck, but after being blocked a couple of times down the other end and getting absolutely no help, he gritted his teeth and said, well, I'll get the clearance. And it leads to the Chandler goal. Nice finish by Chandler.
It was a good finish,
Yeah.
but I reckon it was, I'm going to say it's almost a fluke, because he thought he was under pressure. He swung around and kicked it without even looking where other players were. Okay, it went through. I acknowledge that, and some players don't need to see the goals, but I reckon he was a bit panicky.
Margin is 27 points. Bounce down in the centre. It's Van Rooyen against Cameron at ground level, trying to just flick it up to advantage was the youngster in Laurie. He can't find a target. Salem just barges through, picks it up and bombs it long. Darcy Moore with a spoil into the back of Petty. And it was a free kick to Petty.
I like Petty getting in front, but I just don't know what she can do as a backline player if you can't spoil that ball. Just seemed to be just a genuine spoil.
It did look like that, didn't it? Regular leap up over the top and the spoil knuckle down, but Petty now is going to have a shot, and a long shot at that. So Darcy Moore's gone back to the goal line.
I reckon this will drop late into Van Rooyen.
Howe is the man on the mark, right on the blue paint of 50. Petty keeps it low. It draws to Van Rooyen.
Well called.
Cameron Ling, give the man a promotion. Go and ask for a bonus at the ABC. That was extraordinary. Replay that one, because that's exactly what Harrison Petty did.
Have you been at Melbourne training as well?
He faked to go long, he dropped it short, and Van Rooyen ran out and marked it right at the top of the goal square.
I knew Petty didn't have the distance, and they'd opened up a nice little pocket of space.
They did, didn't they? It's Collingwood did not feel it.
The channel was there. Van Rooyen took it. from directly in front for back-to-back goals for the D's. He's got it. Margins now 21 points. Collingwood 6-4-40, Melbourne 3-1-19 after 7 minutes of play in the second term.
Well done, Lingy. That was extraordinary. Really well done. Just to paint it for people that aren't here, when Petty did go back, Van Roon went behind the line, so therefore created the illusion I'm going to fight this on the line. But I was really interested that no one from Collingwood was in the channel. Now, the channel is between the goal square and the kicker. No one stood there, which is disappointing from Collingwood's point of view.
Yeah.
Well called, though, Lingy.
Thank you, Mick. I think Craig McRae would be thinking the same thing, going, come on, guys, we've got to be smarter than that. Just somebody plant themselves in that space, you can still get back to the line from that position.
And he was the ruckman at the time, Van Roon.
Rucks miss it completely. Cameron and Van Rooyen lock up, and Van Rooyen tugs Cameron's jumper, gives away the free. So Collingwood with it, hand pass off to Josh Dacos, wrapping round the back, kicks to half forward. Flying Hoskin Elliott, no mark, traps it at ground level. Hand pass inside 50, McCreary can run onto it. Hall got him high. Floating over the top, Hall went to almost go and bump him as McCreary went down to pick up the footy. In the end, luckily, it was just the high part of his leg that caught McCreary over the shoulder and not any more force than that.
Well, he can't argue that I was going for the football and McCready went underneath him. He was already down. I think he's very, very lucky he didn't get him with his hip.
His right knee got him in the head in the end. He's had concussion issues, Bo McCreary.
Oh, that's not a good one.
McCreary, right foot against the fence. He kicks to the top of the goal square. It's swatted down. Salem for the Demons. Tries to clear the defensive 50. It's a little shallow, the kick. Moore flies in. No mark. Spills to Lipinski. Hand pass back to the 50 for Crisp. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Kicks inside 50. Bobby Hill. He bobs up again and he's got it at centre-half forward for the Magpies.
Oh, beautiful kick. Just the skill and the decision-making of Josh Dacos there. If he punches that kick in, like you attempted to do, kick inside forward 50, the Melbourne defender cuts that one off.
Yeah.
He had to give it the perfect little bit of air just to carry the Melbourne defender and allow it to be advantage side for Bobby Hill and give him a go at it. Great kick.
What a start for him already. The Norm Smith medalist for his third. I've let another one down. He's kicked it out on the full from directly in front. Free kick for the Demons. Salem's going to get it last line of defence. It is Collingwood by 21. 10 gone, second term, Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And the kick out has gone to a 2-on-1. It was risky. It was two Magpies. Bobby Hill's involved. Quick little handball over the top. Chance for Schultz to get involved. He's dragged off the footy. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. And then a pack and choose, and it'll be a ball up. I have had a text from the ABC boss, by the way, Lingy. I'll get back to you shortly. He's offering something. Tim Hodges on the boundary line.
You'll just see the Collingwood doctor. I might throw it back to you, Kel. They're about to go.
Yep, and because Bobby Hill's involved, Bobby gets it again. He's got it against the boundary line. The underground handball to Chris. He gives it back to one of the young guns who goes for goal. And it's Richards who puts it through.
Too easy.
They're all over them, Collingwood. It was a snap, and Richards was on the end of it. Joe Richards kicks his 6th career goal in his 9th AFL game. 7-4-46, Melbourne 3-1-19. Back to you, Hodgie.
Yeah, just the Collingwood doctor. He was creeping around the boundary there. They'd watched the vision that you had spoken about upstairs with Bo McCreary copping the knee to the head, and the doctor spent the last 10 seconds with him. I don't know, it looks like he almost asked McCreary to come off then, but McCreary's waved him away and said he's fine. So the doc has been out there to check on him to make sure he's okay, and it looks to be okay.
ABC boss, Mr. Verrill, says, great call. Happy for a bonus. What about a year's subscription to Gardening Australia magazine?
I'll let you negotiate for me, Kel.
And a special meet and greet with Costa on the way. So maybe that'll get it over the line. 27 points is Collingwood's lead. Back out of the middle. It's picked up by the Pies here. Back edge of the centre square. Pendlebury hand pass to Howe. Long kick to the wing. And here's Elliott. Takes the mark for the Magpies. Goes short out wide to Lipinski. Lipinski's going back, finding Howe. So Collingwood by 27. 2 goals each in the turn. The last, as Kel mentioned, Joe Richards, who interestingly has interest from Port Adelaide and Fremantle. So other clubs coming for him. The boy from Wangaratta, long kick inside the forward pocket, punched away by Tomlinson, close to the boundary line. Pies scoop it up. Lipinski to Schultz. He kicks goalward, but kicks it out in the full.
You're not a gardener, Lingy?
No, I love my gardening. Yeah,
Okay.
I definitely.
Okay.
Hey, get that in the package, Carl.
Okay, I will leave it with
I
you.
love your work.
Yep. Pies by 27. Long kick out of there towards the ruck. Oh, there's a free being paid to Max Gawn against Cameron.
I think they might have paid the mark, which was really surprising.
Yeah, okay. Right over the boundary line, and Max pops up and grabs it. He's got his right calf heavily strapped. He's going around the southern side of the MCG. The big pack flies off hands. Here's Maynard, flicks it up to Pendlebury. Off to side bottom, the veterans combining. Under pressure, he gets his kick away, but because of that pressure, it's gone straight to Gawn. Oh, and Gawn's kick popped up there for an anxious moment, allowed Pendlebury to come in. He couldn't get a hand on it. Salem pulls the trigger, goes through the corridor. Pickett's got it, wants to play on quickly, puts it out in front of his teammate, and Turner marks. Strong hands on the end of a sharp lead in the right forward pocket, and Turner will have a set shot.
Turner continues to be one of the few little shining lights late in the year, just his improvement, and it's been probably a good 6 or 8 weeks of gradual improvement. His work rate's improving. He's now getting to more contests, which he can use his marking ability. He's one with a really good pre-season. Next year, Melbourne fans could be pretty hopeful about.
Coming off the back of 4 goals against the Suns up at Carrara last week in the right forward pocket, he sends it on its way. But he hasn't got his kicking boots on. He's missing 2 the near side.
I think I'd like to see Pickett more times in the middle than what he does, and length and more length, because he's such a dynamic player. You rely on his ability to actually win the ball.
Pies by 26.
Moore on the kick out, goes long up to the wing, and floating through, intercept mark for Marty Hoare, who takes the mark. That's a shocking kick. Ball goes back. Luckily, just evades Hill, picked up by McDonald. Short kick for Melbourne, finds Salem.
Yeah, that's a shocking kick. It's for a senior player not to be able to hit a target from 25 metres.
Salem scabs it short, finds McDonald, who skids in to take the mark. Collingwood spent every player in the ground inside Melbourne's forward 50. Long kick to the top of the goal square. Gawn's down there, no mark, hits the deck. McCreary swings a hand pass as he rotates out towards Schultz. His handball to turnover. Chandler for Melbourne, hand pass along the boundary line. Josh Dacos keeps it alive, hangs it inside the field of play to Schultz on the wing. His hand pass swatted back in the other direction by Tomlinson. Now Melbourne with it. Pickett gives it to Chandler, kicks to the hot spot, evades Turner, picked up by Van Rooyen as he shoots across the body, and in the end, a behind. Minor score. Collingwood lead at 7-4 over Melbourne, who moved to 3-3. It's a 25-point lead for the Pies. 15 goals, second team.
I'll give you a guess who's holding the Sherrin right now. Braden Maynard with the kick in. Drives it long, looks towards the ruck in Cox and Gawn. Off hands, it comes down to Bowie. Spears the pass to Pickett. That's a strong mark out in front. That is a wonderful mark that he's taken with Howe all over him in a one-on-one contest. And Keziah Pickett will go back directly in front line up for his second goal of the night.
A couple of strange moments for Lachie Schultz in the last few minutes. Even one marking contest he just chose not to take part in, and then a little handball down here just wildly gave it to the wrong side, and that one almost missed the ball with his hand pass.
So the Pies led by 33 points early stages of this second term. This for 3 in a row for the D's. Try and claw their way back. He's got 2. And Melbourne's got 4. 4-3-27. Collingwood 7-4-46. And from 33, they've got it back to a 19-point margin. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Kel, some serious concern for the Demons. Bailey Fritsch limped off the ground, went straight down to the rooms. He had a serious look of like he's done a soft tissue or something, some sort of damage. So I'll keep you posted, but it didn't look good for Fritsch at all.
They've certainly responded, Melbourne, but I get the feeling, Mick, like it's Collingwood have allowed them back into the game a little bit. They're just a little sloppier with their possessions. they're surging forward. Yeah, they're trying to run hard forward and probably keep attacking, which is great. But
and they're trying to catch Melbourne out by doing that. They're trying to get in behind them.
Gawn wins a hit out, but straight to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Goes darting off the back edge of the centre square. Collects. Oh, there's a whistle. And it's coming all the way back, in fact. I think it's going to be a Nick Dacos free in the middle of the ground. It looks like he's got closer attention from Judd McVie here. McVie tugging his jumper. The umpire's trying to sort that out early before it becomes commonplace.
How come that's brought back and not advantage when Collingwood chose to take it?
Bizarre. The short Nick finds Howe. Just a second touch in the quarter for Nick Dacos after he was running hot in that opening turn. And Jeremy Howe comes wide to Maynard. Public enemy number one with the Melbourne fans copying the cheers, and the Collingwood fans counteracting that as they often do. The Magpie Army goes short to Nick Dacos, pokes the pass down to Josh Dacos.
Well, that's 3 kicks in a row, and Melbourne players haven't bothered picking them up, giving them 5 yards, and now they've advanced themselves to 70 metres from goal.
Josh Dacos, 70 out, lays it up. Bobby Hill went the climb, crashed into the back of Rivers, and McDonald takes the intercept mark anyway. Fullback for Melbourne. To 19-point lead for Collingwood. Oh, that wasn't a good kick. Didn't quite reach McDonald, and as a result, invites in Lipinski. He's shoved out of bounds. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for the Pies. Collingwood by 19. 18 minutes gone in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, 2 things there. Poor kick, and McDonald's just waiting for the football.
Gawn and Cox. Cox palms it down in the direction of Pendlebury. Crisp is there, applies the tackle, comes out to Woden. His kick was smothered over the boundary line, and will reset for another stoppage and another boundary throw in. Hodgie.
Just an update, Bailey Fritsch, he's gone downstairs for a concussion test. I must admit I didn't see the incident, but the way he was walking, he was so slow, I just presumed he must have done something to his leg. But yeah, it's a full concussion test he's gone downstairs for.
Spinning ball back into play. Tom McDonald gets rid of Nick Dacos. It spills the way of Rivers. High exiting kick out of defence. Petty pushed underneath it by Dean. Dean then takes the ball and kicks towards only McVie is there. They're off the Demons through the centre of the ground. Neil Bullen, the look away pass to Salem. He's caught by Noble. He's forced a handball backwards to Tom McDonald, and then his kick wide has been marked by Woden. There's no one near him. He spears the pass further afield to half forward. Well, Melksham's got it. Wheels around. Going to go long. Van Ryan's the target. Got to beat a couple off hands. Pickett's going to kick his third. Oh, he's hit the post. He's hit the post from 10 metres out. Streaming in. So he kicked the opener, which was an absolutely beautiful, exquisite goal on the run at full pace down the other end in the pocket. He's kicked the impossible, and he's missed what should be easy from there. And the post is still rattling.
Josh Dacos, who had the kick out, is able to deliver it into the pocket for Lipinski and then get it back on the back flank. Now he takes it by hand. Hand pass to Quaynor, handball to Richards, gives it to Nick Dacos. Great chain for the Magpies. Up to Elliott at half forward. Hand pass back to Richards, kicks into the pocket. Ugly kick, still a live ball. Gawn's got it, back pocket for Melbourne. Hand pass to Bowie. Dump kick out of defence, straight to Nick Dacos. Collingwood will get another look, 55 out.
It's just unbelievable football, this.
Nick Dacos looks for Cameron. He gets his hands to it, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Umpire says keep rolling, and then we'll have a ball up behind. Holding the ball. Free kick for Collingwood. Gee, it was Howe's on the bottom of all that. He was tackled, and the umpire said didn't make enough of an attempt.
Well, because
now Jamie Elliott gets the free.
Sorry, Cool. It was because he was on his knees, crawling over to take it in. If he'd been on his feet and picked it up, it would have been a ball up. But it's there. You can't be on the ground and drag it in, and you're then responsible for getting it out.
But not only that, Wingy, if you have a close look at that, there were 3 Melbourne players holding hands, and the one that went to ground was decided to pick the ball up. I mean, it just makes no sense at all.
Jamie Elliott to answer the little mini run from the Demons. Oh, he misses. It's not usually his go. Virtually in the corridor, just left of centre or behind. He's been goalless 3 of his last 6 games against Melbourne, and so he is so far tonight. Collingwood by 19, time on second term.
Salem to Bowie, which was short, and then Bowie goes long. And goes over the head of Melksham and Petty, the intended target. Maynard was waiting there, mops up to Chris. Fakes a handball and then delivers a sharp pass. It was too hot to handle for Schultz. Hurried kick away there. Came from 4 up towards the interchange gates where Maynard and Van Rooyen tussle, and it goes over.
Feels like the hottest, most intense part of this game is when Braden Maynard has the footy. That's the part where everyone has a bit of buy-in and they're sort of interested. Apart from that, it feels a bit like the last game of the year for both teams.
Toss ball back into play. Right in front of the interchange gates. Free kick in the ruck. And Max Gawn's got it. He spears that pass to Melksham. Melksham marks. Wheels around on the right. He's 70 metres out. Who's going to run and jump here for the D's? Howe was there in front, the Pies defender. Picked up beautifully by Laurie for the youngster for the Pies, and he flicks it out wide. It's a one-on-one contest. In the battle was Hoare with Bobby Hill. It's a big ask. And Hoare breeds a big sigh of relief because a smaller, quicker player in Bobby Hill couldn't pick it up, and it's over the boundary line. So it'll be thrown back in. Half forward here for Melbourne on the southern side of the MCG.
Get down to Hodgie in a moment as he's keeping a close eye on the activity on the Melbourne bench. A bit of attention for young Bowie, who of course started the season on opening night, in fact, with that collarbone injury in the wars again. Hurried kick forward from the Demons. There's a free here for a hold. It's going Collingwood's way. Melbourne fans thought for a moment they were getting it, not to be. Dump kick out of defence from Charlie Dean. He's turned that over, middle of the G. Neil Bullen takes the mark, kicks out wide, broken up by Noble. Salem forced to soccer at the advantage of Billings. Goes back by hand to Salem. Melbourne with it on the wing. Every player on the ground just about in front of him. He retreats, goes back to Neil Bullen. Logo broadcast wing. Collingwood by 19. He breaks the ankles of Hoskin. Elliott on the mark. Kicks out to half forward. Melksham flies for it. Punches it away straight to Noble. Has it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Maynard, who kicks for Hoskin. Elliott on the wing.
Good spoil it was from Howes in the end. And then an up and under, 50-50 ball again. Noble has had a real purple patch. Does well, dodges a couple, gives the handball to side bottom, off half back. Wants to use the corridor. Waiting there is McCreary. Good to see him back out there. Handballs into space. Mason Cox has to toe poke it in the direction of Bobby Hill. Skittled him. Clean ball straight through his legs. And then McCreary applies the biggest tackle you'd ever seen. Play on advantage. The Pies have got it, and a quick hurry kick out of there. And Lipinski's marked it in the left forward pocket right in front of Langdon. But what about the tackle on Bo McCreary?
Yeah, McCreary.
By McCreary, rather.
Yeah, superb tackle, Cal, you're right. And then the Collingwood players, Josh Dacos it was, smart enough to take the advantage. Knew Lipinski was forward of the footy. But yeah, I've seen the replay. That's a brilliant tackle.
Certainly is. And Lipinski with the follow-up barely celebrates. It's through for a major. And they stopped that run of 3 in a row from Melbourne. They had a little mini surge, did the D's. After Collingwood led by 33, Melbourne got it back to within 18, and it's now a 25-point lead as we close in on half-time. 8-5-53 the Pies. Melbourne 4-4-28. And there's 2 minutes to play before half-time.
It's one of the lowest possession getting quarters I've seen for a team. Melbourne, 55 possessions. I'm not going to say they're lucky, but it's good fortune that they've actually scored when they've gone inside 50 because they just haven't had the football. Collingwood have dominated the ball. And what do we come away with? It's 3 goals each.
Restart back in the middle. Hurried kick out of there by the Demons. Comes out towards Chandler. Hand pass to Viney. High half forward. Kicks Melbourne to the hot spot. Turner competing for it. In the end forced to punch it away. Pickett flying through. Makes contact with Moore. And Razor Ray comes from out of the zone to interfere in that. And Maynard straight into Pickett. Here's the spot fires we were expecting with these two teams. And it's Keziah Pickett flying through, making contact with Moore as he goes down to pick up the footy.
No, I'm going to defend it a little bit here.
Yeah, same here.
Because Darcy Moore actually
went to ground.
slid on his knees at the last second.
That should have been a free kick to Pickett.
Oh, cheesy. Going up and down the middle as Moore went to ground. Free kick for Moore.
You can't expect somebody to try and slide on their bum like that. You've got to assume they're going to keep standing and keep their feet.
So it was Moore's decision to drop to ground.
Yeah. Yep.
Created the contact.
I agree with you, Blingy. When you have a real close look at it, you can't slide. It's one of the rules that we are protecting the knees.
Taj by Woden, by the way, caught holding the ball on that southern wing during all that. So free kick for side bottom. Collingwood by 25 points, by the way, approaching half-time. He's going to kick wide to that southern boundary line for Lipinski, the goal kicker from moments ago.
It's been a good pick-up for him, hasn't it, Lipinski?
Yeah.
He's been steady this year, but he had a great year last year.
Lipinski down to half forward. Gawn gets himself in front of Cameron, takes the intercept mark.
Played every game again this year for his 16 goals.
Yeah, he's been a really good player.
So Gawn kicks backwards to the defensive goal square. Tom McDonald to Billings. Still in the defensive 50. Oh, his kick needs to be pinpoint here. Maynard came in, made a real game of it. Now there's a ball to be won. And Billings keeps running. He's able to accept the handball from Rivers and then delivers on the chest to Turner. Turns and spins, and Chandler's got some space. Too far out to score. Spears the pass into the left forward pocket. Having to wait and take it on the bounce was Melksham. He couldn't. Can he keep it in play? He can't get around the tackle of Moore, but he gives it off to Pickett. Pickett grubbers it, and Nick Dacos is there. He's kicked it straight to the opposition's best player. Dacos flares it wide to McCreary. Siren sounds to mark half-time. And it's Collingwood in control by 25 points. We thought they might put their foot down in that second term after they led by 27 at quarter time. But 3 in a row from Melbourne has kept that margin hovering around that 25 mark. 8-5-53 to Melbourne, 4-4-28. The goal kickers for the Pies, 2 for Bobby Hill and 2 for Darcy Cameron. Singles to Lipinski, side bottom, and Nick Dacos. And for the D's, 2 to Pickett, 1 to Chandler, 1 to Van Rooyen. And what has Nick Dacos had for the entire game then?
He's at 18.
So he had 13 in the first quarter. He was held to 5 in that second term. Pies have got to win by about 100 if there are any chance to keep their slimmest of slim finals hopes alive.
D's win that second quarter, so Pies by 25 at the half. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
So good and bad news for the Demons. Bailey Fritsch has returned from his concussion test. He passed it. He's fine to return to the field. He couldn't return, though. He has to wait out the 15 minutes, I think it is now, so he's not allowed to return until the third term. The concern now is Jake Bowie, who the more the doctors looked at that replay, the more you winced at his right knee. So he's down in the rooms having that right knee looked at, which didn't look at all good. So don't be surprised if Bailey Laurie is injected into this game in the third term. And the doctor also did go out to Darcy Moore and just tick off on him that he was okay after the Cozzy Pickett collision late in that term, and he was given the all clear.
Thanks, Hodgie. Appreciate that. He's had rotten luck this year, Jake Bowie, and they've got him to take a lot of their kick-outs and given him an added responsibility as the youngest member of their premiership team, and so that's hopefully that's not as serious as it looks, but a knee complaint for young Bowie. Half-time here at the MCG, Collingwood by 25 points. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well, Mick, we were saying in the first quarter it was totally on Collingwood's terms. A dominant quarter. They were sharp. They were sharing the ball around. Their skills were crisp. But Melbourne, we were really disappointed in the way they started. I don't know. So Melbourne responded a little bit in that quarter, I would say.
Did they tag Lee?
Oh,
Or they were a little bit more aware?
A little bit more aware. But I also think it was more a case of Collingwood got a little bit ahead of, not ahead of themselves, because they're in control of the game and it's the last game of the year. It's not a crack at them. It was... They were going for the all-out score.
Yeah.
Whereas in the first quarter, they were actually locked into contest, defending well, creating turnovers, and then going fast, and the score came from that.
Yep.
It's a subtle difference, but when you're going all-out scoring, you can actually end up in really bad positions to score. Whereas if you are playing the right way, you can end up in great positions to score, and you naturally do. So I think Collingwood probably led Melbourne into a better quarter as opposed to Melbourne really doing that much different. They tightened up a little bit more. They were a bit more accountable, but I don't think it was anything dramatic. It was more the way Collingwood played for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. People say, let's look suburban football or even some of the grounds that are open. They go, it's a 4-goal win. There's never been a 4-goal win. What it is, the ball carries further. If you don't use the ball, you end up being a 6 or 7 point win because you end up kicking points, the big barrels and so forth. And I think today that quarter is spot on. I still, for the life of me, I still can't believe that Melbourne, didn't they pride themselves on their defence a couple of years ago? They won the premiership because of that. And even they said we may not have been the best side last year, but we played defensively. They give up, I reckon they give up 4 or 5 metres per kick that Collingwood get. They're able to bring the ball out of the back line to almost the half-forward line by players just easing off their opponent. Their opponent doesn't go with them. They take a nice mark. Then they've got to defend from the back 50. Now, if you've got May, Lever, and these blokes, and Petty, when Petty was back there, they had the 3 talls in there, 3 mediums. They were able then to pick it off and perhaps mount their sorties into their forward line. Doesn't happen. May's up in the grandstand. Lever's downstairs, probably still ill. Salem and these sort of blokes, fair dinkum, they may as well just, they want to play their own game. They don't want to play the team game.
Well, can I quickly jump in with Salem? Don't fall in. This is where you can't fall in love with stats. So Salem's had 17 disposals in a half of football.
Yep.
But I would say he's been close to one of the worst players on the ground.
Oh, well, it's going 67%. I've always thought in the last 3 years, now I reckon a lot to do with his knee, I'm going to give him that, but he's a pea shooter. So you get no penetration whatsoever. He goes sideways. A couple of his kicks today have gone to players who didn't meet the football. He didn't meet the football and was lucky to get away with it.
He's also led in that first quarter, Nick Dacos, his opponent, his direct opponent, do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, exactly, because he wanted to be free. Here I am, I'm 10 yards off, I'm on this side of the ground, maybe Big Max can get the ball to me. No, Cameron was getting the ball to Nick Dacos. So he was playing Russian roulette, and that's contributed to a 5 goals 4 to 1 goal 1. He was one of the instigators. Now, I know it's harsh to pick on one player, but when you put so much effort into this sort of player, see, in my book, if Melbourne are looking at trading or if they're looking at trying to replenish their group, he would, in all honesty, he would be first to go in my side because he's no longer apt at playing as a halfback in the game that requires players to run and kick the ball 55 to 60 metres and win one-on-one football. So therefore, there's someone out there that likes his name, so you're better off getting a draft pick. And that's harsh, but the reality is Melbourne are going to finish probably 10th, maybe even 11th, and could possibly be 12th at the end of this round, the last round. So those getting caught up and going, we're a great side. No, you're not a great side. You've got some great players that play the top end, but you've got a very ordinary middle and a very poor end. And this is why we're seeing today. Some of the mistakes made by their players in the back half have contributed to Collingwood's ease in which they kick the goals. I don't want to keep harping on it, and hopefully we get something where we can talk about in the second half where it's a bit more even. But Collingwood really are not 5 goals better side or 4 goals better side. They are an 8 to 9 goal better side.
Well, can I just quickly highlight how little pressure Melbourne is really genuinely putting on when you're talking about this. So Josh Dacos has had 20 touches, Nick's had 18, Lipinski 13 and Pendlebury 13. So they're 4 major ball winners in the game. They're each going at over 75% kicking efficiency.
So no touch.
Now, if you go at high 60s or 70%, you've kicked really well for a game as a midfielder. 75% and above for their 4 highest ball winners in a half of football is ridiculously good kicking. That is because simply a lack of pressure.
No pressure.
A lack of being able to close that space down. And Melbourne are letting Collingwood play, and Collingwood are taking that. But still reckon Collingwood can fix a couple of things up just to really power away in this game, Corbs.
Phil from Central Victoria off the SMS. Hi, Corbin gang. The media has been obsessed with Collingwood getting to finals. Even though it was clear after the defeat by the Hawks that they were out of contention, even now you're barracking for them to win by 200 plus. They have missed the evolution of footy this year. Any of the top 8 can get the cup, which makes it fascinating for any of the top 8 teams' fans. But the Pies haven't been able to flick the right switch at the right time. Phil from Central Victoria. We're obviously, naturally as broadcasters, following the narrative of the team that's still mathematically live, obviously, in the season. And the way they were scoring early, that looked like there was half a chance that could be on. But what do you think, Mick? I mean, they have played more top 8 teams this year, and Lingy, than any other team. They've played 12 games against top 8 sides. Now, you might think, they played 12 versus 8. What's the big deal? If you played 4 more games against high-quality competition in an 8 that they probably are going to miss by a game.
That's it.
It does make a huge difference. So Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions have only played 8 top 8 teams.
Yeah.
And Collingwood have been able to play 12. Now, obviously, they will play at least one more, given the fact they're not a top 8 team, and Port Adelaide and Brisbane are, so they don't get to play themselves. But if, say, they were in the makeup of the top 8, do you think that they could do some damage compared to some of the, a greater deal of damage than some of the teams that have
September, absolutely. In my book, they can. Well, they could. Absolutely they could. Who's missing from their side? De Goey, he's hot and cold, but a vital link at times.
Yep. Do you think they're better than some teams that'll be there?
Well, see, their foot on the year, you can't say that because of the win-loss, but because of who they play, yes, I think they are.
Yeah. Let's just say it's an exhibition game. The season is to build wins and collect points. So we're not sitting here saying, it's a travesty and everything else. But it does, I know you guys aren't wildcard fans, but if you did have a wild card, it would be an interesting year where you do catch one of those teams that have had to play more top 8 teams than everyone else, and it scoops them up and puts them back in the mix if they can beat 7th or 8th in week 1.
And this game would be live tonight if you had
but if you do the draw the right way instead of the higgledy-pickledy...
But the draw's never going to be the right way, is it? It's never going to be fair.
Well, it can be as fair as it can with the top 6 playing the top 6 twice from last year.
Can I just counteract a little, because I can just feel the number of people listening to the radio right now yelling things.
I can imagine.
And it would be, yes, but they play 16 or 17 games at the MCG, so deal with it. So that's a fair argument. They played a few more top 8 teams. They get to play here a lot. They would be still super dangerous in September. They showed that against Brisbane last week.
We'll pick this up in a moment. Collingwood by 25 at half-time. The second half isn't far away, but first let's go to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The United States now has the last 11 weeks of the presidential campaign ahead of it, following the conclusion of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. John O'Wakely with the story.
Presidential hopeful Kamala Harris spoke at the convention, appealing to the Democratic base and rallying them to pull their weight in the lead-up to November's election.
Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity, a chance to chart a new way forward.
The Vice President has only just started to outline detailed policy plans. With the election so soon, the Democrats have a lot of work to do. A tax cut for the middle class, the restoration of abortion rights, changes to immigration policy and reinforcement of voting rights are all policy points the Harris-Walls ticket plans to take to the election this November.
A panel examining how to best prevent violence against women and children is calling on governments to amend alcohol and gambling laws to help bring down rates of sexual, domestic and family violence. It's released recommendations from a rapid review sparked by a National Cabinet meeting in May. The recommendations also include funding for more crisis accommodation and the development of a national response to online misogyny, as well as prioritising the needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. If you or anyone you know is in an abusive situation, you can call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. A man charged with murdering his wife with an axe has told Victoria's Supreme Court he can't remember how many times he swung the weapon. A warning, this story contains confronting details, as Christian Silver reports.
Dinesh Carrera has pleaded not guilty to murdering his estranged wife Naomi Pereira in Sandhurst in 2022. Prosecutors say he committed a vicious domestic violence attack, but Mr Carrera insists he's innocent and was defending himself. Mr Carrera walked away from the incident unharmed, but his wife died on the kitchen floor, having suffered 35 separate injuries. Mr Carrera told the court his wife came at him with the knife, and he only remembered swinging his axe twice. Mr Carrera said he couldn't remember what happened afterwards, blaming his memory loss on the fear he was experiencing. The trial continues next week.
A Queensland man has been sentenced to 22 years in prison by a Perth court after importing over half a tonne of cocaine into WA by boat. Tabrak Al-Jarud has the story.
Siosifa Kolomatagi Fiver was one of 3 men arrested last August after purchasing a boat to collect the drugs from the ocean off WA. The drugs, estimated to be worth up to $250 million, were seized at a house in Kalbarri on WA's Midwest coast. The court heard the 34-year-old had been struggling with drug and alcohol use following his brother's death and had accumulated a $130,000 drug debt, prompting him to accept an offer of $300,000 to retrieve the drugs. In handing down her sentence, Judge Belinda Lonsdale acknowledged Fiver's early guilty plea and the impact the jail term would have on his 3 children. Fiver will be eligible for parole after serving 14 years.
Safe Work New South Wales has announced it'll open an investigation into allegations of rape and sexual harassment at the well-known bar and restaurant group Swill House. Sydney's hospitality scene has been rocked by the allegations. spurring calls for greater accountability in the sector and a push for better protections for female hospitality workers. General Manager at Mucho Hospitality Group, Daisy Tully, says she's not surprised at all.
Reading all of the stories was very familiar. I don't know why it's been going on in such a disgusting way for so long, but it must be the intersection of alcohol, young people and late night. It does not excuse the behaviour, but I think it enables a very male-dominated industry, and I suppose it hovers up a lot of behaviour.
A former Israeli hostage held by Hamas has spoken in Tokyo for the first time since being rescued from Gaza. Noah Agamani says that she never received medical care during her 9 months in captivity and that no one came to check on her well-being. Ms. Agamani was kidnapped along with her boyfriend from the Supernova Music Festival on the morning of the 7th of October. It's believed that her boyfriend remains in captivity. And Germany says that it's currently examining whether any available national Mpox vaccine doses could be donated to poorer countries where the disease has spread rapidly. The German government has over 100,000 doses which are being stockpiled by the army. The Health Ministry says international aid measures, such as donations from the European Commission, are underway, though details need to be clarified both in Europe and locally. That's it for ABC News.
Tune your mood with the ABC Listen app. Get swept away in a podcast.
Do you do that?
Oh, Richard, of course.
Choose the news that suits you.
I'm Sabra Lane and you're listening to AM.
Call live radio shows.
So you were terrified?
I don't know. Listening to your show got me through it.
And find a playlist that moves you. Anytime, anywhere, every day. Life sounds better with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Darcy Cameron in the left forward pocket. He's lining up for a set snap. Off a couple, he curls it through. Gee, he's accurate. He's got two. And the mauling continues from the Pies.
Cameron wins the hit out, but Gawn gets the clearance, bangs it on the boot inside 50. No mark there for Petty. Spills down to Chandler. He chucks it on the boot, kicks goalward, and he's got it. And the long climb back starts with a single step. Back to 27 points.
He can't find a target. Salem just barges through, picks it up and bombs it long. Darcy Moore with a spoil into the back of Petty. And there's a free kick to Petty.
I reckon this will drop late into Van Ryan.
Petty keeps it low. It draws up to Van Ryan.
Well called.
Cameron Ling. Give the man a promotion. Van Ryan from directly in front for back-to-back goals for the D's. He's got it. And Keziah Pickett will go back directly in front, line up for his second goal of the night. Try and claw their way back. He's got two.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term. Melbourne fighting back after conceding 5 consecutive goals before quarter time to find themselves 33 behind early in the second. They rallied to kick 3 of the next 5 goals in the game. Half-time, Collingwood by 25 points. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling, the legendary cat, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse with you for Friday night footy. I did mention earlier I would bring you up to date with the ABC Footballer of the Year leaderboard. Leading into the last round, Nick Dacos has 32 votes. So this is a 3-2-1 system, the same way that we obviously have the voting of the Brownlow medal. So 32 Nick Dacos, 26 Isaac Heaney. He's second at the moment outright. 24 votes Patrick Cripps. 22 votes Marcus Bontempelli. 21 Caleb Sarong. 20 Jason Horne-Francis. 19 for Zach Merritt. And you have to get down to 18 for Lockie Neal, of course, who is a proven vote-getter in Brownlow medals, but he's 8th at the moment in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Does that leaderboard surprise you, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse?
No, that sounds like a good leaderboard. I reckon that's the blanket finish in the Brownlow. Sarong will poll very, very well.
Yep.
Sure will take a few off him.
Yeah, but I reckon Sarong will get the threes in their wins. Heaney will obviously poll very well, can't win it. Bontempelli, maybe I just expect him to be a touch higher in that leaderboard because I have it between him and Dacos.
I know there's at least one game I did on a Saturday arvo where I reckon Adam Ramanauskas or Luke Ball, one or the other, gave 3 votes to Liam Jones when the umpires clearly would have given 3 votes to Bont. So you can bump him up at least 1 there. I think Bont he had like 35 and kicked 3 behinds, and classic former players, as you guys would know. They thought, no, Liam Jones has done the job on Nick Larkey. He deserves the top votes. And so just account for that a little bit, given the way our experts view the game, obviously, as opposed to the umpires. But Nick Dacos on top, 6 votes clear from Heaney, Cripps, Bontempelli, Sarong, Horne-Francis, Merritt and Neal in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Now, the Sunday teams are in. Charlie Curnow, who was named last night, Michael Voss said today, didn't pull up as well as we'd hoped. So as a result, he's been withdrawn from the Carlton team completely, so he's not in it. The final changes for the Blues, they bring back Adam Sard. Zach Williams misses with a hamstring complaint. Mateus Filippo is back for St Kilda. Out goes Anthony Caminiti. Meanwhile, in the game between the Western Bulldogs and GWS, young Harvey Thomas comes in for the Giants. Lockie Ash is out suspended. Tim English is back for the Western Bulldogs, so that's significant. And Artie Jones also makes his return, the small forward. Riley West is injured, and Buku Kamas loses his place. And the last of those 3 Sunday games for Fremantle, Michael Walters is back. Bailey Banfield's been omitted, despite getting a new contract during the week.
Oh.
Mitch Georgiades and Jed McEntee are the 2 ins for Port Adelaide. Out goes Quentin Narkle omitted, and Dan Houston obviously suspended.
Georgiades big in. He's so important for Port's chances.
It's going to be wet up there, Lingy. I'm just not sure any key forwards are going to have a massive bearing. And it's same down the other end with Norton and Lobb will probably play back, I suppose, depending on. Yeah, he'll play back. Which is good for the Dogs if he can get another game in on his back line.
Ready to go to start the second half. Firstly, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie?
Collingwood has just made their sub. It's Darcy Moore who copped that knock to Cozzy Pickett, so that will play out later in the week with the match review. But Darcy Moore, who gave the thumbs up to the doctor after the halftime siren, has been taken out and hasn't returned from the halftime break. So Finn McRae is into this game, and Jake Bowie is out there. That right knee is heavily strapped, but he has returned to the field.
Pickett will be looked at by the MRO, even though it's their final game of the season. As the Pies break out of the centre through guess who, Nick Dacos, and he flares it wide. That's been taken, and up high goes Jamie Elliott.
Gone free kick though, Cal.
At the back, was held out of it. He's been held out of these contests all night. Finally, the umpire saw it.
So I think that centre bounce free kick was paid earlier. I need to double check this. The goal umpire has said something that's happened down the other end of the ground for prohibitive contact.
Okay, so Gawn with the kick from the last line. Lipinski getting involved. Rivers twisting, turning, trying to find Langdon down low, making it very difficult for him. Also, a little scrap on the outer side. The ball is going nowhere. So if we come to the conclusion over why there was a free kick at the start of this third term going the way of the Pies?
So Corbs thought maybe for the 6-6-6, no one standing in the goal square, the pair's in there. But then I would have thought it'd be a warning.
Yeah.
So still a little confused. I'll come back to you soon.
Anyway, Chandler from the stoppage kicks Melbourne down to half forward. Hands on it from Turner, no mark, spills through towards Kazai Pickett, who's now getting jeered by the Magpie Army. Bounces a kick into the forward pocket. Van Rooyen jams it on the boot. Turns out okay. Melksham hand pass back to Fritsch. He kicks goalward. Very nearly got it there. And Billings marks it right in front of the goalpost. Yeah. And they're going to check whether this was taken inside the field of play or not on the behind line.
What do you reckon, Corby? From your call there, I'm sitting behind you. It looked like a mark.
Yeah, I think he just got it in time.
Pendlebury was certain it was over the line.
Fritsch thought he'd kicked it off the boot. He was trotting back ready to celebrate. In the end, it swung late.
Oh, no, it's probably behind the line, isn't it?
I don't need a side-on view of that one. Does he touch it?
No, he's got a mark. That's a mark. Yeah, that's my initial thing was I thought it was a mark.
Should have stuck with your instinct, Mick. You seen them very well.
Well, not with these glasses.
Billings.
Well, you know, there's a 10 metres. Now, you tell me, are those players within 10 metres here? Fair dinkum, they would be 3 or 5 metres at best.
Yeah. Breathing on him as Jack Billings is going to snap around here from the behind post, opens up the angle and he slots it. The D's get the first of the second half. And Billings takes Melbourne to 5-4-34. Collingwood 8-5-53. And Collingwood's lead back to 19 points after leading by 33 early in the second. We're 3 minutes into quarter number 3, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Ahead of Mick and Lingy, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
So both subs have now been made. So Jake Bowie had that right knee strapped up heavily at half-time. He did the warm-up, he came to the bench, and he stood up and told the doctor, I'm not right here. So now they're picking the tape back off the knee. He's out of this game, and Bailey Laurie comes in. And just backing over the Collingwood news, so Darcy Moore out of this game with concussion from that incident late in the second quarter, and Finn McRae has come in for the Pies.
I don't think Pickett's got anything to worry about, quite frankly. I just think that Darcy chose to come in low.
It was a shoulder that made his glancing blow on his face, though.
Yeah, but he chose to slide.
Go to ground.
Yeah, I know, but as a result of him choosing to slide,
so it's
pick up with a hip and shoulder, his shoulder caught his face.
It's very different when a player goes down to pick up the ball. You have to protect the player's head. But when all of a sudden someone chooses to slide almost on his bottom like a kid would, that's hard for the player.
What about this? Nick Dacos just erupting out of the centre, having a couple of bounce, dodging and weaving, kicking then to Lipinski. He's kept running. Lipinski's delivery is to Hoskin Elliott, who marks on his chest. About 3 metres in front of Tomlinson. He got separation. And Hoskin Elliott from 50 out is going to have a ping.
It is amazing in our game that no two incidents are ever the same. And this is another unique case where the guy goes to bump and ultimately may be held culpable for that.
Hoskin Elliott wants to centre it. He's looking for Cameron, who's been hot tonight. It slips through his fingers. Waiting at the back is Billings, who just throws it on the boot. Keziah Pickett off a step. He accepts it on the bounce and then gets the kick away. They're booing him because Darcy Moore is out of this game with concussion. Handball over the top. McVee's involved. Now Fritsch. Going backwards he is. Gives it off to Chandler. Puts it out in front of Pickett. Again he takes it on the bounce. Again he's booed. Kicks him board, looking for Viney, who hesitated. They were coming the other way and streaming out of there as the Pies defence. The hurried kick, though, lands in the lap of the Demons.
It's Hoare who takes the intercept mark. He comes out wide and finds Billings just to finish that point. And yet the guy that he thought he was going to make contact with goes to ground. So it's almost like the seat comes out from underneath him and ultimately ends in concussion for Darcy Moore. Long kick for Billings inside the forward 50. Ball hits the deck. Whack forward by Melksham. Turner goes in to pick it up. Is he taken high? And all of that says no.
Yeah, so see, that's the one that should be paid as high. So Turner's over the footy trying to win the ball, and side bottom comes in just a little awkwardly and gets him high. That's got to be paid as a high contact free kick.
Punched away from the right contest, closer to the Collingwood goal. Picked up here by Billings. Dumps it back inside 50 for the Demons. Here's Maynard, who's also getting jeered tonight against Melbourne as he kicks hurriedly into the middle of the ground, and Tomlinson takes the intercept mark. So 5.5 minutes played, third term. Collingwood by 19. Short to Viney. Viney with a long kick out the high half forward and finds Bailey Fritsch. The bright yellow boots, kicks him, turns it over cold, kicks it straight to Jeremy Howard, takes an intercept mark in the back pocket for Collingwood.
I think he's concussed.
Pulls the trigger quickly to side bottom.
Honestly, you could not have kicked that ball better unless he had a Melbourne jumper. He's been terribly disappointing this year, Fritsch. For a player with that ability, you just don't know what you're going to get each week.
He's kicked 41 goals, Mick.
Doesn't matter. He should have kicked 81.
The last 3 years he's been their leading goal kicker.
Well, that doesn't make him a great player. It makes him a player who's got fantastic abilities.
This is Maynard, who's now getting cheered. I don't know whether Denise fans have left, but he was getting booed in the first half. Now he's getting cheered. Getting involved was Joe Richards in this passage of play. And now Nick Dacos dodging and weaving. He is an absolute magician. He's kicking it back inboard to Elliott, who marks. Just love the way he zooms and zigzags on that southern wing before pausing, looking inboard and delivering it beautifully to Jamie Elliott, who will have a set shot. 45-degree angle, about 45 metres out.
And Dacos has had 3 already too, Lingy.
Yeah, it's such a weapon, that kick, because everything about what Nick Dacos was doing there was shaping up to be the longer one, top of the square. Melbourne defenders position themselves, pulls it late.
So Elliott to add to the tally, to the punt road end, and the sharpshooter doesn't miss. 9-5-59. 5-4-34 Melbourne. And that margin back out to 25 points.
So, yeah, as I was saying, when you've got a player breaking, say, 60 or 70 metres going forward and all of his body language suggests that it's going to go longer to, let's say, the top of the goal square, a dangerous position. Every Melbourne defender starts just taking that back shoulder position, but when you've got the skill to be able to pull across your body that late kick and hit a little lead like that, it is near impossible to stop that.
Yeah, we're just watching that again, that Moore with Pickett. Moore has certainly slid in for Pickett.
So the incident has left Darcy Moore concussed. He's out of the game at half-time. Will it result in a late start to next year for Keziah Pickett? Out of the middle, Nick Dacos grabs it, dumps a kick inside the forward 50. Unkind bounce for the Pies. McDonald's there, sweeping hand pass straight to Lipinski. Clever, palms it down to Richards at half forward. His hand pass a turnover. Richards got it away to Langdon. Rivers got it away to Langdon. Back to Rivers, gets a kick out to McVee. Hand pass to Howes, jams it on the boot and it turns out. Gorn drops the mark, centre half back for Melbourne. Scoops it back up. Hand pass to Tomlinson, handball to Hoare. Short kick, misses the target. Again in the middle of the G. Quaynor collects for Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos, to Richards, to Nick. To Cameron. Why have I got Richards on my mind? To Cameron, who hand passes to Nick Dacos, and he's tackled in the middle of the G. Collingwood by 25 points as it was at half-time, 9 minutes into the third.
Cameron out towards Nick Dacos. He's going to get it again. He's going to finish with 40 and 3 Brownlow medal votes. This is ridiculous. His kick inside 50 was low, a grubber, and the D's were able to retrieve it through Tom McDonald, out to Billings, back to Tomlinson rather, I should say, and then Tomlinson up the broadcast wing. Free going the way of Gorn.
Well, as far as you say, Dacos only get 3 votes. As far as effort goes, Max Gorn will get. He's just been unbelievable.
Gorn with a floater. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the 3 votes. If he kicks it like that. Was that off his knee, Hodgie, right in front of you?
You guys, seriously. All night you've done it.
I think he's saying that Mick gave him a big wrap-up and then he shanked the kick. Kick comes back. Now it's McDonald who's got it. Takes the mark inside the square. Gives it off to Langdon, who gives it off to Rivers. He was tackled. He lost it. Lipinski, quick hands. Josh Dacos ducking and weaving his handball, though, opened the door for Fritsch to come in. Now it comes back. This is Woden. He coughs it up, and guess who's on the end of it? Nick Dacos wedges the kick out in front of McRae, the sub. He marks in front of Hal. McRae gives it off to Dacos, who can line them up, and Nick hits the post.
He's got it on a string.
I was about to call him Nick Brownlow Dacos, but he hit the post.
Haven't even gone halfway through the quarter. He's had 6 and 1.
Currently has 20% of their disposals this quarter.
Yeah. So, and he's been tagged.
Billings marks the kick out. 26-point lead for the Pies. Billings is going to kick it out on the full. No, just Tolstra marks inside
with you,
the
Corbs.
Look wide off the boot. Goes short back inboard to Viney. This hasn't been the most classical game of footy, must be said. 11 minutes into the third term. Viney hand pass to Howes, who kicks down to half forward. They come from all directions to Howe, minus the plural. Knocks it down towards Crisp. His hand pass back inboard, and Josh Dacos tackled straight away by Chandler. Ball up inside the centre square. There's a Howes, a Howe and a Hoare out there, so keep us on our toes. The 3 H words. As Gorn palms it down here to McRae of Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Gives it to McCreary. Slick hands to Schultz. Through the corridor go the Magpies. Kicks it deep. One out in the cage. Nick Dacos and McDonald. McDonald wins that battle. The key defender for Melbourne. Hurried kick to half-back, and Langdon takes the sprawling mark. It is Collingwood by 26. A dozen minutes gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bit of theatre, bit of drama around this one, even though it is a dead rubber. The first game of round 24, the final round of the home and away season. The crowd's almost who can boo the loudest. The Melbourne fans are booing Maynard, and now the Collingwood fans are booing Cozzy Pickett, who can cuss Darcy Moore. And once again, Collingwood dominate through the corridor, and this time the everywhere man, Nick Dacos, who's resting up forward, has sprinted out and taken a mark directly in front.
Well, Kel, just to add on to that, Melbourne have given up that ball through the corridor time and time again through just poor disposal. Players are in the right position, but just they keep giving it back to Collingwood.
Just remember this performance. Monday night of grand final week, directly in front. Perfect kick for a goal. And he's putting together the perfect contest, Nick Dacos, the perfect game. He's got 2 goals. He's had a heap of it. And you could just about call him Brownlow Dacos based on what we're seeing here tonight. It's an extraordinary individual performance. Collingwood 10-6-66. Melbourne 5-4-34. The margin is now 32. The highest was 33 early minutes of the second term before the D's got a few back, but it's 32 points.
And I reckon Craig McRae's just reset Nick at half-time because Nick was running around a little bit just hunting possessions in the second quarter, maybe with the tag, just thinking, I can have a huge one here. Now he's reset back to playing the way he plays best, and he's finding more of the football by running to good spots on the ground rather than just chasing possessions.
What a freak he is, Nick Dacos, named again in the 22 under-22 week during the week. That's incredible, by the way, that he's still only 21 years of age. As a captain of that side, Nick Dacos, announced by the Players Association as Chandler tried to get a kick away out of the middle, scooped up by Lipinski, hand pass to side bottom, comes out wide with a kick, Elliott leaps up, great mark. Contested grab with McDonald right on his hammer, and he takes it on the wing for Collingwood.
That is a superb mark. Talk about strong hands. Brilliant.
Just looking at an incidental thing. When I look at Josh Dacos, or Nick Dacos rather, and Bullen was on him, and they're having a bit of a chat and smile and laugh.
They were.
He is, honestly, it is just, you cannot do that when you are supposed to be trying to stop an opponent from getting dominating to the point of embarrassment.
Nick Dacos is going to get 2 touches in this chain, the short kicking game on the wing, so he's up to 28 touches and 2 goals. By the way, we're only 15 minutes into the third. Nick Dacos trying to switch play, dangerous kick, trying to link up with Howe out on the wing. Turner wins it off his knees for Melbourne. Hand pass goes back to Tolstrup. He's moved out of the way. Parker collects for Collingwood. His hand pass a turnover. Chandler away towards Tolstrup. He gives it to Neil Bullen. Hand pass along the ground to Chandler. High half forward, kicks inside 50, and Turner's got it again. Marks left half forward, 45 out.
Well, they barely got it there, Melbourne. They had a couple of chances where they tried to give it back, but Turner, as I said in that second quarter, just continues to present. I think he's understanding the work rate needed now as that key forward, sort of almost, he's pretty much their second tall now, but as a third tall type player, he's got to keep presenting, keep putting yourself in a position where your teammates can see you and use you as often as possible.
Dan Turner from left half forward. He kicks from 48 metres out, drop punt. He's good. He's got it. And in a year where not much has gone right, the Demons have found one in this guy. Daniel Turner. Goals for Melbourne, and Collingwood's lead cut to 26. So the D's 6-4-40, Collingwood 10-6-66. 16 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Good size too. He's 194. Lad from up on the Murray. He's taller players tend to take a little bit more time to mature. He's got that stage where, as you said, he's probably one of the bright lights of the year, where he's just been able to jump up. He's quite reliable when he's around the football. He's just probably doesn't get around the football as maybe because of Fritsch is there and McDonald's played a little bit of forward at times. So now this game going forward, he should start to be more a focal point because he's probably got a bit more presence about him than Fritsch. And height, I'm talking about in height.
Yep.
Back underway in the centre, it's Gawn who flicks it straight down to Viney, gives it off to McVie, has a bounce. This is exciting for the D's fans. A bouncing ball. It's Pickett and Quaynor. Quaynor then tackles Chandler. A little fumble in there from Parker. Opens the door for the D's, although Howe comes in and helps collect to Lipinski. Right up against the boundary line. He keeps it in play. Now over to Allen. To McRae, who was the sub. Back to Allen. The young guys working in tandem down the southern wing. Brings it back inboard. Unable to take the mark with Schultz. Still they've got the numbers. Side bottoms on the end of it. He's going to kick to the goal square. McDonald's got the match up on Bobby Hill. McDonald dropped it. Bobby Hill with a quick little gather, but it was touched right on the line. Geez, exciting Bobby Hill, isn't he? He is electrifying. He's so quick. McDonald thought he'd beaten him in the air and a little slip, and suddenly it opens the door for McDonald, for Bobby Hill's boot to come flying through. He's already kicked a couple. He couldn't get his third, and the margin is 27.
Salem takes some ground on the kick out, goes long to the wing, and in the end, Petty marks it back of the pack. Hand pass away to Melchin for the D's. Kicks down to half forward. Howe and Pickett. Pickett nudges him underneath it, wins the footy for the D's. Heads inside 50, and Tolstrup marks. Centre half forward for the D's. They go coast to coast from the kick out.
Wow. If it's not Hill at one end, it's Pickett at the other. They are just electric. It's just, and the whole thing, Lingy, stay on your feet.
Yeah.
They just stay on their feet.
Yeah. And it was just a moment that ball hit the ground. Pickett was straight back onto it. His vision is so good. I'm with you. I want to see him spend more time
around the ball.
Through the middle. Still dangerous forward, but he is so good around the footy.
Tolstrup on his way in, and the Colt figure puts it through. Celebrates with the crowd. Colton Tolstrup. As year one for him comes to a close, he keeps Melbourne in this ball game. 19 gone in the third. The D's 7-4-46. Collingwood 10-7-67. The Pies by just 21 points. They did lead it by 33 early in the second. 19 minutes gone, third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
It's been a bit of a rough night for Tolstrup so far, but just able to work hard inside forward 50 there. Obviously being his first season, he's played the 10 games. He's just going to have to keep learning about the work rate that's needed to keep presenting when he's around the footy, just being a bit more dynamic around the ball. He's only had the 5 touches in this game so far. But that's part of learning, part of maturing and developing is understanding what work rate is required in the different positions in the ground.
He enjoyed that celebration. He turned to the crowd as if to say, come on, I'm the man. He's got a haircut that says he's the man. First-year player as Max Scorn doing it in the air and then kicking it inside 50. Van Rooyen with the lead. Tolstrup's there. Quaynor with the kick away on a one-on-one. It went over the head of Joe Richards. Now he's in a battle. He's won the free kick against Woden. Peeling off round behind him was Noble. He ignored that and then he shorts the kick to Noble. Joe Richards, who's kicked a goal already tonight. Noble, defensive side of the outer wing. Puts it high up in front of Cox with the leap. Cox in front. And he's taken the mark. Impossible to beat when he gets a run and leap, and he's taken it in his fingertips. No one can get that high up. Flares the kick wide to Noble. Attacking side of that southern wing. Stabs the pass straight to Langdon, straight to Melbourne. Langdon's off. He's got Pickett. He handballs over the top to Pickett, and then he kicks and finds Petty all by himself. He's going to come back to Tolstrup. Tolstrup tried the sidestep, and his kick was smothered desperately by Maynard. Now Noble, now Pendlebury. The Pies are on the turnover.
Mark taken by Allen, who's got it in the middle of the ground. The son of Ben Allen. His kick isn't great, turns it over. And Salem invited in for Melbourne. Hand pass to Chandler. He goes back by hand to Gawn. He kicks wide out into space on the southern wing. Petty will get there first. Pursued by Lipinski. Petty collects, fends off the would-be tackler. And Petty now just kicks off a standing start, puts it out on the floor.
That's just dreadful.
Collingwood by 21. 22 gone in the third.
And yet Melbourne's leading the quarter. They've kicked 3 goals to 2.
As Noble goes across the ground to Josh Dacos. Could be a game known for not much else other than a Brownlow clincher perhaps for Nick Dacos, or the moment at the end of the night that the broadcaster would want, or at least they can get the Collingwood's game last, and the last thing they read will be 3 votes in Dacos. And he's been superb tonight and probably got that already clinched before three-quarter time. Long kick down to half-forward, punched away by Cameron out of bounds.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, is Craig McRae playing party pooper at the moment?
With Nick on the bench?
Yes.
Or, yeah, it was interesting. Nick Dacos has had, 400 touches?
Yeah.
And that was his worst touch just before he came to the bench, which set up the Turner goal with when he crossed the ground. Came to the bench and apologised to everyone on the bench. Just a sign of the kid, isn't it?
High ball, inside 50, and Hoskin Elliott read it better than McDonald. Now, hang on, they wanted play on. Umpire said, no, it's coming back to Hoskin Elliott. Wow. He's saying, give it to me, I want the set shot.
What's the old rule, Mick? when you're not in position to mark the ball,
you punch
it.
Yeah. He's an angry man, isn't he, McDonald?
McDonald, yeah.
It is in his last year. He just seems to be...
He tried to mark it. He got outmarked by Hoskin Elliott.
Yep.
So...
if you're not going to mark it there, you've got to use your body to keep him away from the ball. Big Tom, I think he's not a happy Tom.
To get it. Definitely not a happy Tom. Yes, you're right. Hoskin Elliott with the snap. He was always going to put that through. And it's back out to 27 points. 11-7-73. Melbourne 7-4-46. The diehards are doing it tough here tonight for both teams. It looked like at quarter time when Collingwood led by 27, they might put their foot down and smell a triple figure win and just give their fans a slight glimmer of hope going into the final 8 games of the season. But it's not the case now. That margin is still 27 points. 11-7-73. Melbourne 7-4-46.
It does have that genuine feel of last game of the year, let's get out of the way. Just even the care for a few little things, the skill errors are starting to mount up now, and it's a little bit of like, oh, well. And then that one there from Tom McDonald, he just got to punch that, but he's probably, I'll just try and mark
it. Is it a giveaway when they start talking about what they're going to wear on Monday? Is Mad Monday? It's a bit of a giveaway.
Collingwood by 27, back in the middle. Ed Allen flings a hand pass out of there, but straight away Woden to the Demons. Hand pass to McVie, gives it off to Neil Bullen. Ugly floater inside 50. No one can trap that. Spills through to Quaynor. Oh, he can't collect clean. Knocked it away to Parker. Back by hand to Quaynor. Tumbles a kick to half-back. Spin move from Lipinski. Hung it out to show Langdon. Kicks along the boundary line, and Quaynor happy to find the safety of it here.
Oh, Razor had to get involved in his last one.
He's been picked for the...
he ran from 50 metres away to call that one.
I don't even know whether Quaynor was the last to touch it.
Shortest price bet of the night was that Razor was going to have an impact in this final game. As Rivers reloads, kicks Melbourne back inside the forward 50. Petty bowls over Maynard. Still a footy there to be won inside 50 for the D's. Langdon goes and gets it. High bombed in front of the behind line, and it's punched through by Jeremy Howe. And minor score for the Demons. 25 gone third term. Collingwood lead it by 26.
Got a couple of close-up shots, Lingy. Razor Ray on the broadcast will be happy with that.
I'm not sure he's done. I think he's got another moment in Razor.
So Howe on the kick-in goes to Pendlebury. What an unforgettable year he has had, playing his 400th game. A couple of quick kicks and they work it round to Quaynor, who, to be able to say, really is playing right to the end, Quaynor. He never ever gives up. High ball round the southern wing. Spoil from McDonald from behind. It lands in the lap of McVie. He's stripped of it. Holding the ball. Well done by the youngster and Allen. Allen's rewarded for it. Wants to go quickly towards Jamie Elliott. Takes the mark in front of Tomlinson. And well done by the youngster in Allen. Nice passage of player as the D's are just starting to think about Mad Monday. These Pies youngsters are saying, hey, I want to put my hand up. I've been sitting here all season long for a crack at this. And Jamie Elliott's going to line up tightish angle to make the margin 32 points. Kicked one already in this term. From 49.5 metres out, tidy shangle across the face and through for a minor score. Provided arguably the moment of the year at the MCG, you'd have to say Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. We were here on Anzac Day when he took that absolute screamer.
I've still got that one as mark of the year. What an amazing grab.
I've still got your reaction imprinted in my memory because it was caught on camera in the opposition broadcast.
Salem from the kick out takes some ground, kicks long up to the wing, and in the end Melcham just hacks it off the deck into the centre square. Spills down to Schultz of the Pies, kicks to centre half forward. Broken up by Rivers, wins it back for Melbourne. Hand pass through the centre square to Viney. He fumbles, lost it. Still no clean pick-up. In the end, Noble is clean. Scoops it up, gives it to Schultz. Handball to Allen. Hand pass away to side bottom. Now he gives it off to young Will Parker. Two bounces. Parker through centre half forward. Hits it for 6. His first goal in the big time for the cricketer come footballer. And Will Parker delivers a moment that Collingwood fans can rally around, and one he'll never forget. His first goal in the big time. The Pies by 33 points. 28 gone in the third. Collingwood 12-8-80. Melbourne 7-5 47. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Very nice way of doing it too, off the long run. Just a couple of bounces and
you know who...
beautiful finish.
Jack Viney has had a night to forget.
Yes.
And his touch then was the contributing factor. He had the ball and but he's had 9 possessions. And as you said, he looks sore and he signed a 3-year contract. Small player that size gets battered around a fair bit. He's a heart and soul player. He needs a big
break.
A big break, and he needs a lot of support though too, Lee.
Here goes Pendlebury, the veteran, breaking out of the centre and delivering, looking for Hill. Good spoil down from Howes. It spills the way of Collingwood though. Lipinski's got time to assess. He spears the pass in towards side bottom. Couldn't take the mark. Lipinski fires up with a massive tackle. Again it goes to side bottom, and this time side bottom's gone. And Viney must have heard you boys talking about him behind me, because he wins the free kick.
Yeah, great tackle. Strong
Rewarded
tackle.
for the tackle.
Sidebottom's done the job on him tonight. Again, playing that role, and has done a terrific job on him. But Viney got the better of him that time.
Viney kicks down the wing, hands on it from Cox in the marking contest. No marks, builds down Collingwood's way though. Maynard, hand pass to Pendlebury, kicks to centre half forward, turnover. And Salem drops in front of Schultz to take it for the D's. Kicks in the middle of the ground, and Quaynor with the intercept mark. That'll do us through 3 quarters. Collingwood by 33 points. The story out of tonight so far, Nick Dacos has had it on the string. 28 disposals, 2 goals. He's also had 7 inside 50s, 5 clearances, and he's been best afield. Meanwhile, Darcy Moore was concussed before half-time after an incident from Keziah Pickett. Pickett went to bump. Moore slid in to grab the footy, and as a result, the bump caught him high and concussed the Collingwood captain. You'd think that will draw the attention from the match review officer. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse believe he'll be okay. But he did choose to bump, and he has left a player concussed, and so that leaves Keziah Pickett in a dangerous position. Meanwhile, Jake Bowie's got a right knee issue, and unfortunately, despite trying to run it out early in the third quarter, he has been subbed out of the game too. So both subs made, and at 3-quarter time, it is Collingwood by 33 points. The goal kickers, I've got 2 for Cameron, 2 for Hill, 2 for Nick Dacos, and then singles for Lipinski, Elliott, side bottom Richards, Hoskin Elliott, and Will Parker, who I'll come back to in just a moment. 2 goals for Keziah Pickett, 1 each for Van Rooyen, Billings, Chandler, Tolstrup, and Turner. The Will Parker story is an awesome one. He signed on the 22nd of February. He played cricket last year for Victoria and the Hobart Hurricanes. I actually saw him at the Allan Border Medal, which is the celebration at the end of the year, of course, for cricket. He was there that night as a guest of Jake Fraser-McGurk, who's his best mate, and they were there together that night. Now, honest to God, Will Parker had no idea that night that he'd be playing in an AFL season. He was wondering about what was going to happen next year with his contract, and he was up with cricket, wondering what on earth was next. Sure enough, days later, finds himself on a list, and now he's out here at the end of the footy season kicking goals on the MCG. It is Corby, he played 5 AFL games.
Yeah, Corby, you know cricket. How good is he, or was he? I'll say was, because it's past tense now. And could he have made something of himself with cricket? Because financially, it appears with all the leagues around the world, he's probably in a position, if he was any good, to be able to actually build on his bank balance.
Yeah.
Clearly he wanted football because he's now playing football. But was he a really good cricketer, or was he going to be one of those that just was always on the fringe?
It might sound like a cop-out. It was way too early to tell. So he's only 22. He was a leg spin bowler, so notoriously difficult craft. Often takes much later in their career for them to come on. But there's so many franchise leagues, and he'd already had a contract with the Hurricanes. I mean, he was coming off contract, and he was probably on the bubble thinking, would he get another one, or would he find himself back in club cricket trying to earn his way back? But, you feel like it was way too early to determine, I guess, whether he was ever going to really fulfil all that potential at a young age as a cricketer. But he also played high-level footy as a junior and then found himself choosing cricket. And it's, as we saw with Alex Keith, it's never too late. Makes the transition back the other way. And with the Category B option, there's the option for him here. So well done to Will Parker. What a great story. Unfortunately, it is raining. I say that for Tim Odger's sake and everybody here at the MCG. The heavens have opened at 3-quarter time. The Pies by 33. More on this game with Mick and Lingy coming up next.
The good scissors, lucky socks, Tony Armstrong action figure. You know, you can tell a lot about someone by asking what they'd say if their home was about to be destroyed. I'm Sean McAuliffe, and that's exactly what I'll be doing to Australia's best and brightest celebrity guests on my brand new TV show. Not destroying their homes, I'm asking them what they'd rescue.
Sean McAuliffe's Eve of Destruction. Wednesday nights on ABC TV. And always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
As Jack Billings is going to snap around here from the behind post, opens up the angle and he slots it. The D's get the first of the second half.
And now Nick Dacos dodging and weaving. He is an absolute magician. He's kicking it back inboard to Elliott, who marks. So Elliott to add to the tally, to the punt road end, and the sharpshooter doesn't miss. Just remember this performance. Monday night of grand final week, directly in front. Perfect kick for a goal. And he's putting together the perfect contest, Nick Dacos, the perfect game.
Dan Turner from left half forward. He kicks from 48 metres out, drop punts. He's good. He's got it. And in a year where not much has gone right, the Demons have found one in this guy. Tolstra on his way in. And the Colt figure puts it through. Celebrates with the crowd. Colton Tolstrom. As year one for him comes to a close, he keeps Melbourne in this ball game. Hand pass away to side bottom. Now he gives it off to young Will Parker. 2 bounces. Parker through centre half forward. Hits it for 6. His first goal in the big time for the cricketer come footballer.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Pies by 33. Nick Dacos has been really good. Darcy Moore out with concussion, suspected concussion after an incident with Keziah Pickett. A couple of the key footnotes to come out of this. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse in just a moment, but first, Kel.
Well, you're talking about Will Parker becoming a cricketer, being a cricketer, and you're talking about that. The rain's falling down. This is now officially a dead rubber. It feels like if we were cricket, the bails would come off, everyone would go home. It sort of feels fitting now that it is a dead rubber, isn't it? That this is 10th, the 12th. And there's 1 quarter to come in both these sides' season, Lingy.
Kel, the only thing I'll correct you with there is if it was cricketers, they wouldn't just head home. They'd be having a couple of nice cold cans in the change rooms and just settle in for the night.
Well, you and Mick could be doing that in the commentary box.
The footballers won't do that at the end of their season.
No, of course. Interesting to see what happens in this last quarter to Collingwood, even though that whole 100-point chat, everything like that, that's well and truly out the window. But do they finish off, really put the foot down and fly home here, or are we just going to see this game peter out into maybe a 4 or 5 goal win to the Pies?
Razor Ray with his last ball up. And he's excited about that as he blows his whistle.
He chucks it in the air in the wet weather as the ball spills out towards Nick Dacos. He sockers it inside the forward 50. Cox threw his boot at it, missed. Comes down towards McDonald. Oh, no. He's handballed it straight out of play, and that'll be insufficient intent.
Come on, let's call it off.
Get angry again, Big Tom. Come on, Tom.
He disguised one well earlier. That was he couldn't get away with that one.
Oh, my God.
What was that?
He's handballed that from fullback all the way to the boundary line, 20 metres away and out of play. It goes for insufficient intent as the rain is chucking it down.
Do you reckon it was insufficient intent? Do you reckon? Really?
For people listening, that's Mick being sarcastic.
Here's Will Hoskin Elliott outside of the right boot for his second. He misses near side or behind. Collingwood by 34. Tim Hodges is downstairs. Hodgie, just to make it worse, what on earth's going on with the weather?
No, it's real heavy rain too. It's cold. It's miserable. The good news, Darcy Moore is back from the rooms.
Go home,
he's had a shower and.
Look, everyone else around you is going home, Hodgie.
No. Can I?
Will
Ben tick that off if I leave early or what?
We won't tell anyone. Okay, so Melbourne's with possession. We've got to get through this last quarter. These two teams finished first and fourth last year, and that kick's been chopped off by the D's. Hoskin Elliott was able to grab it, send it forward again. This is crisp.
You didn't say who kicked it, Kel?
I didn't.
Salem.
Thank you.
And it was neat. It was just a beautiful 30-metre kick straight to the opposition.
Crisp. 236 consecutive games. He's 8 away from the Steins record. He's a good story for the Pies this year as well. Incredible, but he's Kick couldn't find a target inside 50. And now this is Tomlinson that's got it.
He was one of 9, Jack Crisp, to have played every game this year for Collingwood. As he goes out wide with a kick, and it's a good mark. Held in by Melcham in front of Parker. He's got it still at half-back for the D's. That's shocking.
Gracious me.
Back inboard, turns it over as McRae intercepts. Hand pass away towards Ed Allen as he kicks inside the forward 50 and hitting up. Elliott takes the mark on his chest. Left half forward, 40 metres out for the Pies.
Now, we don't mean to talk quite as disparagingly as we are right now, but twice now, Salem and then Melksham hit Collingwood players genuinely lace out. They were perfection.
But how
Just
close
trouble
was
is
the
they're
Melbourne
playing
play?
for the wrong
Just
team.
say how close the Melbourne play was to receiving it. What, 5 to 7 metres away?
Yeah, that's being generous. I would have said 8 or 10.
Yeah. Fair.
Jamie Elliott skips in, drop punt, sails goalward. As it got the trip, it's offline anyway. Whacked back in the field of play by Cox, trying to create a chance in the goal line, and Rivers ushers it through for a rush behind. Collingwood by 35 points, 3 minutes into the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
They led by 27 at quarter time, a 5-goal-to-1 opening term, and it was 25 at half time. Rivers back into play. Tomlinson takes the mark, gives it off to Rivers. Neil Bullen under pressure, handballs backwards to Hoare. Back to Rivers. So he kept running. He gets his kick away, 2-on-2. Nice mark, Melksham. No, push out. Free kick against his to his opponent.
Felt like good use of the body by Melksham.
So Richards has got it and spears it wide, and Schultz takes a mark in front of Tom McDonald.
That's close to 50 metres.
Yeah.
You know.
We've
He
said
marked
that a
the
bit tonight, haven't we?
He marked the ball and threw him on the ground.
Marked in front of Tom McDonald. It's been a dirty night for him as Schultz goes down the line. Elliott with the fly.
I think Cox has spoiled his own teammate there.
Oh, no. Jamie Elliott just trying to add something to this dead rubber as Hoskin Elliott is tackled by 2 demons. It'll be balled up right on the 50.
I reckon Melbourne players are trying to bring as many Collingwood players in as they possibly can.
Dragging them down, you mean?
No, hand passing to them or kicking to them or just wrong option.
Okay.
Gorn wins the hit out down to Crisp, who's tackled high half forward.
It's a long season,
Collingwood.
Kel. It's clearly a week for me too long.
Yep.
Cameron and Gorn, as Gorn gets a sit here, wins a spectacular hit out, but straight to Nick Dacos, gives it to his brother Josh. Hand pass away to Allen. He gives it to McRae, sweeping Polly Farmer, hand pass away to side bottom, hand pass back to McRae. On the run from 45 out, he misses near side or behind. Brendan from Hobart, question for Lingy. Could Nick Dacos be as good as Gary Jr.? Collingwood by 36 points, by the way.
Yes is the answer to that question. Absolutely. He's on... Well, actually, compared to Gary's first couple of years, he's on a better trajectory than Gary Jr. I mean, Gary's ceiling was unbelievable, but Nick's certainly showing signs of it.
So Christian Salem just had a kick and he hit a target, which was Tom McDonald. McDonald's kicked down the line looking for Chandler, but sliding in and making sure it doesn't go over was Dean.
If it's the best first season most people have seen and the best second season most people have seen, and then it becomes the best third season that we've seen for a long time, you start to think, gee, you're tracking well.
Yeah, you are. Potentially adding a Brownlow in his third season, certainly adding his second All-Australian.
And a best and fairest for the first time after his older brother Josh won it last year. Here's Nick Dacos. Lovely block by side bottom, put on the tag of Neil Bullen. Dacos again weaving left and right. High ball. They come out flying. Off hands. Here's Chris directly in front. Can he finish off Nick's masterclass? He can't. Crisp on the left in the blue boots. Had plenty of time, but just hooked it late.
So he'll get the comparison with Judd, you'd think. Judd won in year 3, but of course Nick Dacos was the runaway leader when he got hurt late last year. He was the leader in year 2 before he went down, and still right there until the final round as Melbourne work it from half back to half forward. Skims off the knuckles of Dean in the driving rain for Collingwood. Down to Noble. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Goes back by hand to Cameron. Hurried kick to half back, and Lipinski marks.
That's great play by Cameron. He's a ruckman. He took one step kick, knew his teammate was wide, did a terrific kick out.
Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Handball to Richards. Hurried kick down the wing. Tomlinson can't trap it and spills out of play. Just forward of halfway for Collingwood. So Pies by 37, 6.5 gone final term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The SMS number, by the way, 0437 774 774. No name, no pack drill, but please put your name and where you're listening from on them. Maud chose to slide, Pickett chose to bump. So that will be looked at with more out of the game with concussion, and Keziah Pickett will be held culpable for his bump there.
This is Laurie, who started as the sub for the Demons, and he stabs the pass inside 50, but it's gone straight to Dean for the Pies.
Yeah, the more Pickett one will be a good test case to see if it's the responsibility of the bumper no matter what the opponent does.
Just took an uncontested mark in front of Pickett, the two bad boys.
Oh, don't stop the play, please. We're going to go home. That was lightning, by the way.
That may actually delay proceedings if they go off for half an hour and then come back.
We could be here till midnight, Mick.
Turnover.
Oh, here's a fumble. A fumble from Elliott, which is rare, and then a chance for Turner, and he tries to light it up. And he can't. He's missing to the left. Margin is 36 points. Tim Hodges, are you still down there?
Yeah, the rain is as heavy as it's been all night, Kel. Thanks for asking.
Hodgie.
And there's lightning in the distance, and there's thunder as well. So it is a wild old night in Melbourne town.
Are you scared, Tim?
No, I'm okay, Mick. Thank you.
Stay safe
Thanks
down
for
there.
asking.
That's all.
Feel free to come out of the rain too. We won't make you sit through that.
No, sit through the rain.
No, we want answers. We want answers, Corby. Don't give his net.
You guys are
Corby, come on. He's been brave. Leave him down there.
last quarter of the last
Tim.
Friday night of the regular season as the ball spills out of bounds on the wing, so we'll have a throw in here. Collingwood by 36.
No, the AFL officials are on the phone downstairs to the Bureau of Meteorology.
Of course, we had a game here. It was Easter Monday, wasn't it? Geelong Hawthorn in Hawkins Milestone, where they came off in the last quarter for the Lightning rule. So we've had one already this season as Pendlebury hurried kick down the wing. Cox knocks it back in the direction of Crisp. Jams it on the boot. Forward it goes, and Woden takes the intercept mark half back for Melbourne.
I reckon Razor Ray just
wants
to extend his career a bit here, Corbin.
We'll get back to Hodgie in just a moment as the officials are lurking here, but they will go off at least for half an hour to be able to see if that lightning clears and then either come back and complete the game. If they can't get back out there, the score will stand. Now that we're in the second half, it is Collingwood by 36. Pies back down to half forward. Schultz, hand pass away to McRae. Handball to Richards. Feeds it on a little further to Lipinski. He fumbles in the wet. Collects left half forward. Goes back by hand to Noble. Short kick to centre half forward and Pendlebury marks.
Scott Pendlebury's. He read though, just watching him close in on the pressure. The ball's been pushed back. He set himself up right on the 50-metre line where the Collingwood players had to come back through, and there he was. That's 400 games experience.
Yeah. The field during the week had broken ribs in his 400th as well, carrying that elbow complaint, which he'll have cleaned up in the off-season. Just dabs the kick to the top of the goal square, no mark. Punched away towards Langdon of the D's. His hand pass a turnover. Richards wins it back. Gives it back to Pendlebury. Handball out to Noble. Forward pocket. Noble can't get around the tackler. Hand pass to Schultz. Is he coat hanged? No. Says play on. Hand pass away to McRae. Shoots goalwards.
Called a throw, Corbs.
Oh, wow. And there's a throw going against Schultz, and there's Razor Ray to win back to home at full forward for Collingwood when McRae had just teed one up.
And he just said, you ducked. He just said to Schultz. And you know what? He doesn't care if he gets dropped next week.
So Schultz coat hanged it, and then he's handballed the ball away to McRae, and the ump said not only is it not high, it's a throw. So Razor Ray is not happy with Schultz. Free kick for Melbourne, last line of defence, 36-point lead for the Pies.
Tomlinson kicks over the pack. Tolstrup charges in. Good desperate slide from him and Charlie Dean, a couple of youngsters who are relishing their time out there. Very cavernous looking crowd here at the moment. There's a few brave ones, crazy ones out there with their ponchos on.
Oh, Lockie Schultz did not duck.
Otherwise they are all sitting in and under. Still here. Trying to barge his way through there was the young gun in Laurie. Got a kick away. Crisp head over the footy. Neil Bullen tackles him. Umpire says give it to me. It'll be balled up. Half forward here for the Demons. Gawn slaps it down. Laurie can't control it. Crisp with a fumble. Laurie gets involved. Over to McVee, and his hurried kick has been marked by Josh Dacos. Plays on. Handball to Pendlebury. zipping through half-back. He hits up the corridor. Here goes Bobby Hill. Can he ignite something? He takes off at full pace. He gives it off to Mason Cox, the smallest player to the tallest player. He gets it back. He handballs to Schultz, and Schultz is pushed, and Schultz hits the point post. Well, that was a letdown after a very exciting build-up by Bobby Hill.
Well,
it's Collingwood by 36 points, Mick.
Yeah, he could have been shot too, Kel. He
Yep.
called it to the point where all he needed to do was just pop it straight over the top. He was running an open goal.
He's got 30 goals for the season, Bobby Hill, so he'll win their leading goal kicker. He kicked 33 last year, including 4 in the grand final to win the Norm Smith.
McDonald up to half-back. Fritsch links up with Chandler, kicks into the middle of the ground, finds Melksham, and he's coming out towards the broadcast wing. Tomlinson marks. Hand pass forward to Chandler. Still at left half forward now. He looks goalward. He kicks it deep. Gorm's down there, carries his head.
Wow. That's Pickett has been ignored twice. One by Turner and one by Chandler.
Yeah.
He was by himself on 2 occasions, and you know he's going to knock him over. That is very, very poor play by Melbourne.
Pies by 35. A dozen minutes gone. Final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Quick couple of kicks, including Howe loops it over the top, and they've got it on the southern wing. This is Lipinski. All short, sharp kicks that were marked uncontested, including this one to Noble. So we've got 10 minutes left in this quarter, 10 minutes left in the season for Collingwood and Melbourne, but there is a storm looming and a few thunder strikes. As again, Jamie Elliott takes it, zags at centre half forward, and then hits up crisp, uncontested. And he'll go back and have a set shot after he ran in a few moments ago and missed one.
And Kel, just what you'll call in, that was teamwork, which Melbourne, I know I'm harping on it, but there's the difference. There's a shot on goal as opposed to a blaze away at goal.
And that's all that Chandler one was.
Both.
Wasn't it? Just a complete blaze away
Absolutely.
with 2 options on, Van Rooyen or Pickett.
Yeah.
Game number 249 for Mr. Consistent. And he puts it through. Reward for those brave fans sitting behind the goals in the Collingwood cheer squad. The black and white flags go up. And now we're out to our biggest lead of the night. 41 points, Collingwood 13-12-90. Melbourne 7-7-49. And we're all praying.
Cal, I think something's
We're
happening.
all praying that the storm and the lightning stays away. Please don't call this game off with 9 minutes, 31 seconds left.
Now.
Let's get down to Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Yeah, so I
Hodgie.
It looks like they are going to call the players straight off the ground. So they're being told to get off the ground. So this will now come down to whether we want to finish this game or just abandon it. So
Well, we have to.
We have to finish it, but let's abandon it.
So 9:31 to go in the last quarter on the game clock. Play will stop here. They have half an hour basically to wait for the lightning to clear. And at that point, they will either decide to come back out and finish the game, or this is how it will end. So due to approaching whether it is necessary to delay the match is the message on the big screen. And they are off due to the lightning rules. So Collingwood lead the match by 41 points. And we've seen this now for the second time this year alone, after it also happened on Easter Monday.
Now, Corby, can I ask you one question?
Yep.
How many people will be left here, do you reckon, when they all come back in half an hour?
0.
Yeah, exactly.
Razor Ray's
Only
family.
us. Only us sitting.
Look at Razor Ray running off with a big smile on his face. It's Ray Chamberlain's last game tonight as an umpire.
9 minutes. Timmy, I reckon you've done that, because when you started saying it was raining and thunder and that sort of stuff, the AFL, they pricked their ears up. They've gone, that Tim bloke, he has announced there's lightning. We're going to stop this game. Timmy, are you still down there?
No.
Yes, Nick. I'm just watching the stewards here from both clubs meeting with the AFL and the umpires. I just wonder if there is a point where it's the last game, it's a dead rubber.
No.
When do we actually just pull the pin? And will it come down to the broadcasters who will say, well, we want to finish it? Or
No, they can't. They have to finish it.
Can they go into tomorrow, Tim?
But this is whether that they're worried about that is coming, so it's not here yet. So we could be.
But it's within 10 kilometres, which
Yeah,
is why
so-
they've got it. So Chelsea Roffey down there,
So
right
it's nearly
in front
10
of you.
o'clock. So how long are we going to wait?
All right, here's the latest. So if lightning is within the 10-kilometre area, the game will pause. Players and officials will return to the change rooms for a minimum of 20 minutes. So you can mark this down. They've just come off the ground at, say, 9:56.
Yeah.
9:56 p.m. local time. They're off the ground. They'll be in the rooms for a minimum of 20 minutes. Now, if the delay is under 40 minutes, there will be a 5-minute warm-up once they get back out there. If the delay is over 40 minutes, the warm-up will extend for 8 minutes. If more than a 60-minute period to make a decision, if more than a 60-minute period, to make a decision. So if more than 40 minutes, if more than a 60-minute period to make a decision, discretion will kick in and the AFL can call the game. So basically,
we have to wait an hour for them to call it off.
Under regulations, events beyond the control and it's beyond half-time means that the final score stays. So
Mick's yawning.
I'm going to Tassie tomorrow. Otherwise I won't be doing the Hawthorn North Melbourne game.
So this is what will happen. We have to wait half an hour.
Yep.
And play will start again.
And they'll
to play the last 9 minutes and 31 seconds with Collingwood leading by 41 points. Neither in finals contention. And both wanting to finish their season. But we've got half an hour to...
We do.
What do you want to talk about?
Let's
talk about
Kel. If this was country footy, I reckon a few of those players will have already cracked the can by now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just sitting there, nice little cold one.
I thought Melbourne had started doing that before the game. Kel,
yes.
I'll throw something at you.
Oh, no.
We've got Darcy Moorworth in the concussion protocol, and we're going into a grand final. And we've elected not to have a bye before the grand final, but we have one before the final series.
Yeah, the AFL's very reactive. They'll wait till it happens and then they'll change the rule. But I'm with you.
Right. And
the bye before the grand final.
You know what you do with that 2 weeks? You allow...
festive season.
You allow not the next layer down with the WAFL, South Australian Football League, country football, have their grand finals and everything on that weekend. So
absolutely.
So people have then zeroed in on it.
Can I throw something in there as well?
You also have the Brownlow. You also have the coaches and the players' associations. And then you walk into the grand final without all the clean air.
You and I should be running the AFL just quietly. Because you should also have the AFLW starting gather round or the bye round, which will be a single bye round for all the men's teams. So they get some clear air, some free air to start their season. And then they roll it through with the men's, and in the bye before the grand final, on that one Friday or Saturday night, the women's team play their grand final.
And Kel, can I add?
Yes.
Every single AFLW player that I've had that conversation with, they want the same thing. They want it to run at the same time as what you'd call the traditional football season.
And I've got another idea as well. Are we allowed to keep talking about my ideas?
Yeah, let me just reset. So the player has been suspended here due to the lightning rule. So players came off the ground about 5 minutes ago, so they are off the ground. Collingwood by 41 points, so it is Collingwood 13-12-90 leading Melbourne 7-7-49. So players been suspended due to the lightning rule. They'll be off for at least 20 minutes before a further decision is made, and they have up to an hour to decide whether they are to come back and complete the game. If not, due to exceptional circumstances, which of course lightning and weather in the area is one, this score will stand as final. So Collingwood by 41 points. Tim Hodges is downstairs. Hodgie, any update for us?
Yeah, well, I mean, they've stopped the game for everyone's welfare. So they've got the players off the ground into the rooms. They've got the staff from the benches. They even asked the Collingwood people who were stuck under the bench to actually leave and go back to the rooms. Now all the security are actually trying to go through the lower decks to move everyone out, which is proving a challenge for some spots down in the Punt Road end I see down there. But they're trying to get everyone undercover. So underneath the concourse, tens of thousands of people who are just really twiddling their thumbs. The problem that most of the convenience stores close at 3/4 time, so there's really nothing to eat or drink. So people are just really hanging around, probably listening to us, trying to kill some time, or they're bailing and heading for home. So that's sort of the latest at the moment, is just trying to get as many people undercover as possible.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll keep you entertained. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, the legendary cat and the coaching icon, with you on ABC Sport. Your thoughts off the SMS 0437 774 774. But if you've just flicked on the radio, Cal, and you're wondering why they're just sitting around having a chat when the footy's meant to be on, that's why. So play suspended due to lightning with Collingwood up by 41.
And we're just solving all the problems in the AFL at the moment. So Mick's written in his Herald Sun column previously that there should be the bye before the grand final, and I completely agree with that. And I think we're just going to have to wait to the day where there's going to be heartbreak and a player is concussed in a prelim, and as a result, we've seen it in the AFLW with Chelsea Randall, the Crows captain, is ruled out of a grand final. And then I think they'll change their mind and they will bring in that bye before the grand final. We mentioned we'd love to see the Waffle, the Sandful and all of them in that break. And the women's, like it's time now, everyone at the clubs, they're in the end of a very long season and probably 50% have to hang around and start now the women's, which goes through to the 1st of December, which is the grand final.
So is the fear not to do that already? Is it the worry that the competition will get lost in amongst the men's season? Is that, I know that's been a reason put forward in the past as to why they wanted to have sort of clear air over the spring?
Yeah, well, the AFL wants to dominate the headlines 365 days of the year. That's what they want to do, but they would still do that with the draft that they have on and trade period and all of that. So they've got it all the way through to December as it stands now. I think it's time, you look at what the NRL has done where they're playing it and then they play their women's grand final in a double header with the men's on grand final day, and it rates. They've introduced State of Origin and it's a single Thursday night before in Origin week, and it rates. It's been absolutely brilliant. So the AFL's been caught short here. I went to London last year and watched some football, Mick, and I went and watched, I love what they're doing over there with the Premier League, and then I went and watched a women's game, which was Sam Kerr's Chelsea playing Steph Catley's Arsenal at the Emirates, at Arsenal's home game. There were 56,000 people there watching a women's game during the men's season. So what I would love to see is at the start of the season you can buy a family membership or a membership for both teams. So we're all bring them in under the same umbrella, introduce the women's when it's either a gather round or the mid-season break. So imagine gather round when all the men are in Adelaide, the women can play every other capital city but Adelaide. And if you take Carlton and Collingwood for an instance, if the men's team, if Carlton's playing in Brisbane for the weekend, the men's team, then you have your women's team playing at home. So if you're a fan, you can spend 3 hours watching your men's team on the TV. And if you're that desperate to go and watch your team live every single week, you can go and watch the Blues, your women's team, play at Carlton at Princess Park. I just think they've got to rip the Band-Aid off. They've got to commit to going with the men's season in winter, because as it stands at the moment, the very first game of men's football was the first weekend of March this year, and the last game that Fox Footy will broadcast is the first weekend of December.
Yeah, so what you said early when you said the AFL want 12 months of news. Least is best. If you have a condensed and you look forward to the football season as opposed to, look, even today, it's like, really, it's round 165, we're moving into it. Lingy's up and he's worn his tyres out, going up and down the freeway, and we're all, the kids
They want a wild card round. Imagine that. We'd be going
so
again
what I'm
next
saying,
week.
though, if you have a more condensed, it has a massive impact as opposed to...
Broadcasters would disagree with you. The broadcasters they want eyes on the TV as much as possible. Live sport in this era of TV where no one's sitting down for appointment television, they're all just watching subscriptions.
I'm just saying, I'm not talking about the broadcasters.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the AFL who are just money hungry. I'm just talking about the general feel.
I agree with
when
you.
you talk about people, they go, I can't wait for it to finish. All my side's still in there. And then by January, February, they're going, look, cricket's been great, but now we're looking forward to football. Yep. If you have a saturation for that long, for 12 months, it's almost like it just gets diluted. Yep.
Which we saw play out a bit in the Big Bash League, where they went to more games.
Too many.
Because they got greedy.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you look at the NFL in America, and I know. It's all Americanism and everything else. It is the number one entertainment product. So it includes everything else that's on TV. And their season is barely 5 months.
It's like 16 rounds.
Weeks, 17 weeks, And then you have the finals. It's just brilliant to wait for. EPL goes a long time, but that gap of 2 or 3 months is like, you get over it, and by midway through it, you're starting to want it. Then you're thinking, now where is it on TV so I can watch it?
Yeah.
Because it's dynamic.
It's 8 minutes past 10 local time here in Melbourne. Players came off at 9:56, if you're wondering what's going on. So that was 12 minutes ago where play stopped due to lightning. So the lightning rule has been enacted here with 9 minutes 31 left on the game clock in the last quarter of what is going to be Melbourne and Collingwood's last game of the 2024 season. So Collingwood by 41, 13-12-90 leading Melbourne 7-7-49. Nick Dacos has done just about enough already to collect the 3 votes, 32 disposals and 2 goals for Nick. But play has been stopped here at 9:56 local time. It's now almost 9 minutes past 10. We're in this opening period, Lingy, where we will have to wait at least 20 minutes. So that is the minimum while they wait for the weather to pass. After that, there will be at least a 5-minute warm-up, perhaps more if the delay goes longer. And once the officials rule that it's okay to continue and the weather passes, they'll be back out to complete this game in the remaining 9 minutes. So that's what's happening at the moment. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, the legendary Cat Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport.
And they're professional athletes, so they will certainly understand, okay, we've got to get up and go again if we're asked to play. But I think given they can't play finals, last game of the season, all of that, there'll be a lot of players in there right now thinking, I can only hurt myself by going out there. Can I? Risk of tearing a hammy or a quad or a calf is increased by this delay. They don't want that. Going into an off-season, going into... And some of these players, certainly the Melbourne ones who have had an earlier indication that their season is over, will already be booked in for surgeries. Those who need different cleanups of their knees or ankles or shoulders, they'll be booked in on Tuesday or Wednesday this week coming.
Wow.
Straight into it.
Yep.
Collingwood probably a little less so because of the
unknown.
The unknown. Certainly a live chance last week to make finals and maybe this week, but players quickly move into that phase of, and clubs move into that phase of, off-season surgeries, off-season planning. They would have already done the planning, but then communicating it to the players. Exit meetings. So some of the list decisions are going to be informed to the playing group about, well, okay, this player is going to be delisted, this player is going to be offered a one-year deal, this player is not going to be offered a contract. So there's a lot of things that are going to happen from this point onwards. The players are aware of that, and now they've got to wait around and still go out there and try and play for another 9 minutes.
Darcy Moore was subbed out of this game at halftime with concussion, so that's really been one of the big talking points coming out of it, where Keziah Pickett went to bump. Basically what happened, the two of them were chasing after the same ball in the left forward pocket for Melbourne, the punt road end. They came together almost right as they both arrived at the footy at the same time. Now, at that moment, Pickett's gone to brace for contact, to bang bodies with Moore as they've come in different directions. At that exact time, Darcy Moore has gone to ground, slid in to try and collect the ball. And as he's dropped to the ground, Pickett's caught him high, and it's concussed Moore. So as a result, he's been subbed out of the game, and Pickett makes contact high up around the neck and the ear of Darcy Moore. Is that a fair explanation of what we've seen?
That's a great explanation. I think Keziah Pickett didn't even necessarily fully choose to bump. It looks like he did because of what happened, but I think he chose to make contact, to own space, to gather a ground ball.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden, just like that, in a split second, his opponent is no longer at standing running height. All of a sudden, he is sliding along the ground, and when he's gone in to make contact, his head's there instead of what would have just been a side-by-side, not even necessarily, as I said, a full bump. It was a owning of space bump to collect the ball. This is going to be a great test case. Because if Pickett, in my eyes, if Pickett is suspended for this action, then it says to me that the person who bumps, the onus is on him no matter what the opponent does, whether he loses his footing and slips or he chooses to slide. Bad luck, it is always on you. Because I think Darcy Moore contributes to the high contact by choosing to slide.
For certain.
I think he's in trouble. I think he'll go for it. It's going to be an interesting case. So Based exactly of what you've said, where it feels like they've tried to drum into the players as much as possible. We don't want any bumps. So if you're going to bump and you cause any damage whatsoever, it's on you.
Yeah, see, it looks like a bump because all of a sudden Darcy Moore's not there anymore.
Yep.
But it's not even, it hits him with his arm. It's not even,
because he
puts his arm out for what you've said is just that little bit of, I want a bit more space here.
Yep.
And that's what's made contact. It hasn't been his shoulder. It's probably about his wrist area.
Yep. All year we've seen them, if they can hold someone accountable, they do. Oh, don't get me wrong, I think it's so unlucky for Keziah Pickett. And it's unlucky for Darcy Moore. Hopefully he's okay and recovers from the concussion. But
because in that situation there, we can't look at it as, it doesn't really matter because they're not playing next week. No, this is a precedent type thing where you can say this might, because he Pickett, start to next season.
Yeah.
That's two players. You naturally... Just take a body a little bit to take them off the line of the ball, to own that space so you can then swoop onto the ball.
Especially when you've got that pace and ball-getting ability where you know that you stand up and if I'm in front, I've got the ball.
Yeah.
It's all about winning the ball. It's not about even hurting or even bumping him. It's about, I'm going to get it.
Just the latest from the AFL, by the way. We will have an update from the Bureau of Meteorology shortly. But have had no more strikes close to the MCG. We have another strike before, if we have another strike before 10:16 p.m, which is 2 minutes from now. Another 20 minutes will be added on. We are currently planning to play out the rest of the match, so that is still the plan at this stage. They went off the ground, by the way, at 9:56. It's currently 10:14 p.m, Australian Eastern Standard Time. When the players get back on the ground, they will have a 5-minute warm-up period before the match recommences. So hopefully in the next 2 minutes we have no more strikes and they can get back out there for a brief warm-up before play resumes. And this game continues, which has stopped with 9 minutes 31 to go in the final quarter on the game clock. Collingwood lead Melbourne by 41 points.
I think the biggest issue in the AFL this week, which we ran out of time to talk about in the pre-match, was the Josh Rochelle axing. It's created huge news in Adelaide and it's filtered across the border. So his coach, Matthew Nicks, faced the media today again just to explain the situation for failing to live up to team values. He was dropped. There's no SANFL game this week, as far as I understand, so he won't play. He's not going to play again, obviously, this season while the team is on its way to Sydney to play the Swans for their last game. He also said it's not an isolated incident. And then the captain, Jordan Dawson, came out and said riling up opposition crowd and players unnecessarily before the game is not what we're part of. Now, he did say in a radio interview beforehand, at least we've got our teeth, or they don't have their teeth, or something like that, which then played out with the celebration of him running up to the crowd showing his teeth. Josh Rochelle spoke today, breaking his silence. He says he was told he didn't prioritise others. And then, to add on to that, he was on Instagram and someone had posted, a fan had posted on Instagram, just so you know, us Crows fans are here for you, Rochelle, or to Josh, discussing what the club is doing to you, hanging you out to dry, would not blame you for asking for a trade, mate. And he liked it. But he's come out and said it was an accident, that he liked that. And he's remorseful and he's contracted to the end of 2029 and he wants to see out his contract. Fascinating the way it's played out.
It's a good lesson because, you know, no individual's bigger than the team for a start off. And if you've got certain values and he hasn't lived up to it or he's broken it, then you know what? The best thing you could do is make an example.
By being an entertainer?
Your job is to play and win games of football. If you're an entertainer with it, and you can live up to that, then...
So he has kicked 10 goals in the last 5 weeks, and I think he's the third highest rated player at Adelaide during that time. So
he's been dropped for creating a bit of banter.
But you don't know whether that
I don't think he's been dropped for that.
No, so you don't... Yeah, that's exactly right.
What's he been dropped for?
Well, the fact is, there's certain standards. They're a team that needs to get going, get improving. There are certain standards they want, both behavioural and little things like that. Call it banter if you like, but going outside and making yourself bigger than the team. But also, let's not beat around the bush. His play, forget about the fact he's kicked a couple of goals a week. His play is not at the level that it needs to be at. Now, he's a young player, so he's got plenty of time to learn, but there are times where he simply has not stood up in the contest and done what the team needs of him from those.
Which he said earlier in the year, I think after the Essendon game, I need to be tougher and stronger in those moments. And you could argue there's been a few since where he hasn't.
He hasn't. So I think it's a cumulative effect of a number of things where he is dropping below the standards expected of him. So in the end, 10 different conversations might have taken place over the course of the last 3 or 4 months. And it might have been addressed in a team meeting eventually where you actually think, okay, I'm going to call him out in front of the whole group to see if that has an impact. And it's not having the impact. It's not having the impact. So one of the final levers that you can pull as a coach, and a player leadership group I imagine would have been part of this decision-making process, is here, bang, you're out of the team. You change your behaviours and get on board with being a highly talented, high-performing player who has great values and sets wonderful standards for the club, or you're not going to play.
So that's what Craig McRae did with Jack Ginnivan, didn't he? He rode the highs and lows.
Yep.
He dropped him a few times. He left him in the VFL for weeks.
Yep.
No one would ever have thought he would have been part of that grand final team, and then it emerged that he went to the races the night before the grand final and Craig McRae wasn't happy about that. How has Sam Mitchell made it work? Why can't what Sam Mitchell's done with Jack Ginnivan be what the Crows could do with Josh Richelli? I just feel sorry for him a little bit that he's been hung out to dry after a horror week and a horror season. You know, he's a young man, as you said. He's going to be copping it from left, right and centre. He won't be able to walk down the street with getting abused.
Yeah, so and I hate that even the thought of that sickens me, and I hope he's not on social media, but if he is, I would hate to think some of the vile, horrible stuff that's being said. So I'm not for 1 second being okay with that. That stuff just is disgusting for me. You're right about being a young player, but maybe a little bit of a clip, a bit of a wake-up call as a young player might actually be the making of him for his whole career. Around the question around Jack Ginnivan and Sam Mitchell, things are going great, things are being wonderful, and Sam's got him fully harnessed in the right direction with his energy and everything those Hawks players are bringing to the table. It's also been half a season or 3/4 of a season of it. Let's see how it progresses, because Josh has been 4 seasons of pretty consistently inconsistent behaviours. So therefore, let's see with Jack whether or not he's now changed because of it. He also had to change clubs to maybe have the penny drop for him as well. I hope that doesn't happen with Josh. I hope he takes this on board and he hits off-season, pre-season and next season just going, right, I get it. I get the standards I have to live up to. And he, with his talent, he explodes into a first-class player. That's where I hope it goes from this.
He's also on a massive contract, so I think he's on an 8-year deal or something, so he's tied to the club long-term. And, I mean, the interesting part of all this is, for me, I don't understand the timeline here, and maybe someone at Adelaide can fill that in a little for us. He comes out on radio on like the Tuesday before the Saturday game and makes the teeth comment and gets involved. It blows up massively, as you can imagine, in South Australia. Huge story. So all I can assume is no one said anything to him about that during the week, because then on Saturday he kicks a goal and runs over to the crowd and points to his teeth. Now, he's either struggling to comprehend the instructions that he's being given from the Crows, and in that case you can completely understand why he
hasn't been given any
why he's sacked, or I don't want to say sacked, I admit it this week. Or if he hasn't been given any instruction, then it's pretty brutal, isn't it, to turn around and say, hey, we heard it, we said nothing. He went out and acted like that in the game, and then we dropped him for it.
Yep.
Like, isn't that that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
Yeah, but we don't know that. We don't know. So until and maybe that'll never come out.
Yep.
But
how's Sam Mitchell getting Jack Ginnivan to work when Collingwood couldn't?
Well,
Collingwood did.
When he has been dumped, there comes a reality check to say why. And I had no support from my teammates because they didn't want me there, because I clearly didn't meet the requirements. And if I'm smart, if he's half smart and goes, if I repeat myself what I did at Collingwood, I won't last here, and that's the end of it. I have to pull my head in. Don't let 1 year fool you. Let this be a consistency thing. So let's see how he goes after this year's final series. And indeed, if they've got to win the game tomorrow. And follow up, because you know these things just don't
you don't necessarily... There's been very few players that change dramatically and stay with it. There's some players that, you know, I had a teammate at St Kilda who changed and went to another club, and he was just outstanding. I had a player at Collingwood that I coached that left and come back and was just outstanding. So there are times and people that will change, but there are others. They mature.
Yeah.
But others, they just don't get it.
Just a quick update, by the way. We are waiting further instruction from the Bureau of Meteorology. Players been suspended due to the lightning rule. With 9 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the fourth and final quarter of both Melbourne and Collingwood season. So Pies by 41 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The other interesting part with the Rochelle story was, of course, he had that media deal with Channel 9 earlier in the year where he came out after a game and basically said, look, I don't understand why I'm not getting more midfield minutes, and aired that publicly, and the club clearly wasn't happy with it. I think he actually sacked that deal as a result, which is fascinating how he ends up doing another media deal where he's in there in plain clothes, basically on a commercial radio station. Everything's filmed, blows up again this week when he's talking about the teeth. So I know a lot of people blame Adelaide for that. These are external deals that have been done by his management group, which...
Hence why I said it's a cumulative effect to make this decision.
When does the question get asked to the management group where you kind of go, is he getting the best advice to go, he's got these external deals, he's a young man, he's on an 8-year deal. You kind of think, well, if you've signed for massive money over a long period, you can understand how someone that age in a small city like that gets involved in the hype, maybe gets a little bit ahead of themselves. So
he needs to be sat down. Look,
I think it's unfair to put it all on Adelaide.
Oh, look, he needs to be sat down, and there's the tram lines.
Yep.
Stay in them, we're happy. Jump out of them, and we're not going to.
But you know, Mick, that he will have already been sat down on probably...
That's why he's been dropped.
8 occasions. So what's the old saying? You spend 80% of your time on 20% of your players in coach or leadership. Easily 80% of our leadership meetings were 20% of our playing list, and we were constantly discussing certain players, and they were the biggest headaches. Some of them were worth the headaches because you knew if you could get them playing within the boundaries that you wanted them to play in, they could do things some of us could only ever dream of doing. So it's worth it, but I reckon they would have had 10 different conversations already with him, and he just still doesn't get it.
No. Covers coming off. Good news. So play's going to restart at 10:32 p.m. So 10:32 p.m. Players will be back out for a warm-up at 10:27, which is about 90 seconds from now. So we will be back out there for that in a few moments. So players been paused with 9 minutes 31 to go in the last quarter due to the lightning rule, but we're about to get back underway in the next 10 minutes. Collingwood by 41.
And that's us warming up as well. Lee's standing up, I'm standing up, we're all got Cal's standing up, you're standing up, we're all got stiff arms. Players that are aged, like let's say Maxi Gawn. I can't wait to see how he runs down the race for a start off. Gets to the first contest, we're going to bounce it up. He's going to have to jump. I guarantee he jumps 1 inch.
Give him the rest of the night off.
Someone
like Gawney, I wouldn't even risk him. He's got the sore ankle. He's come back from that. This could be the first time on a Friday night I've had to give the votes before the end of the game just to squeeze them in, Corpse.
Collingwood, by the way, currently have some footies out doing a bit of a warm-up in the rooms, as you'd imagine. They're a bit restless like everyone else. 41 points is their lead at the moment. Melbourne have experienced this before. They were actually in a Lightning game over in Perth, I think, during the pandemic, where the same thing. And again, all these occasions, or at least the recent ones I can remember, Melbourne, West Coast, the one earlier this year, they all happened late in the last quarter.
But remember Melbourne and the lights went off at the Gabba as well?
That was the same season.
So that was another delay too.
Yep. It's they find themselves in these
and we're thinking of bringing in a 20th side in Darwin. We'll be feeding him. It'll be played over a week.
Hey, it's going to have a roof on it.
Well, it'll need to. It will be a week.
You can hear the roar as the umpires make their way back out there, getting a big cheer.
They've never been cheered so much, the umpires.
The crowd getting a sense that play's about to restart.
I mean, you just said the word "the crowd." It's unbelievable there's still a crowd here.
I can't believe there's anyone still here.
I know.
Great. Look at them coming out from underneath the stand.
Well, they've all been in the bars.
Seats. I reckon they should get Ray and give him a standing ovation and carry him off.
They should, shouldn't they?
They should.
Amazingly, this makes me feel old, the fact that Ray's about to finish up. I went to Ireland as a junior, so this is the under-16, the first year of the AIS AFL Academy.
Yep.
We played in Ireland against Ireland at Croke Park. He was the junior umpire. He was, I think we were all about 16 years of age. I reckon he was about 18.
Okay.
As he was one of the umpires from what was then the TAC Cup.
Yep.
And he came on that trip with us. So I've known him since way back.
Big personality then?
Well,
yeah.
Can I just add on to that?
A lot of fun.
Add on that story. When I coached Australia in Ireland, he was the bench umpire.
Right.
And Adam Good said to me, Mick, they've got 16 players on. So I've turned to Razor and said, mate, we need a count. 60,000 people at Croke Park. And he's bubbled up, didn't know exactly what to do, so he's run on the ground, grabbed Brett Roseberry and said, they got 16 players. He hadn't even counted them by this stage. He just took our word for it. Anyway, we lined up. Sure enough, they had 16 players on.
What's the rule in
Well, the rule is take the score. I'll tell you what happened.
Yep.
So I've gone to the umpire and gone, because Brett was fantastic, and the Irish umpire cheated. I can say that because I'm an Irishman, you see.
What a claim.
Oh, and the gold umpires were worse because Brett had to tell them 3 or 4 times, no, I've watched it go through a couple of times that missed by a yard. I'm not going to put up with something misses by 3 yards and you give it to the Irish but not to the Australians. So I've run on. Anyway, so they've done the count. Off comes Marty Clark. And he's gone, and their coach's gone, Marty, what are you doing? And Marty's gone, only following the instructions. So I gone to the umpire and said, right, now, defensively, we plan this. They've had 3 shots. I said, with 50,000 or 60,000 people, we don't take the score, but take off the shots on goal. He said, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Here come the pies.
I'll give you a 15-metre penalty.
15 metres.
Yeah, we copped the 15. Can you believe it? For a player being on for 5 minutes, cheating.
Gee, it's been long Friday nights for Mick's telling his Irish stories.
in the accent as well, by the way. Collingwood are back out on the ground. They actually, interestingly, came out 2 or 3 minutes behind Melbourne. If you remember the lights-out game at the Gabba, Melbourne weren't too happy that night where I think they had a big lead. They came out after the Brisbane Lions. The Lions caught fire, and in the end, Melbourne just hung on against a fast finishing team. So we have had the Pies come out. Maybe that's their choice, but we're meant to restart in 2 minutes from now after the lightning rule was enacted here at 9:26 local time. Sorry, 9:56 local time, which was about 35 minutes ago, and we're due to restart in 2 minutes.
At the end of last year, they finished 1st and 4th. In the pre-season, we tipped many of these two teams to be playing in September. And the rate we're going, Corbin,
it will be.
Yes.
They might play in September.
Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just an amazing crowd. I think it was just over 50,000 here tonight. I still think there'd be 25 to 30,000 people here, which is nuts considering they've sat around for 30 minutes doing nothing apart from getting saturated. Just touching on the injuries we've seen so far tonight, Darcy Moore, we know, concussed in that incident. I think that's definitely weeks for Quasi Pickett from my angle. So
good
that's
on you, Michael.
Horrible for Simon Goodwin in what is going to be a make or break year for him next year if he's got missing Pickett for a number of weeks to start the season. And Jake Bowie is the other big one, that right knee injury, which they tried to strap up and get him up to play. He will have scans on that. It was just such an awkward landing that made you wince just looking at it. So that will be really one to monitor. But fascinating how these next 9 minutes play out. I'm staggered that there is still such an impressive crowd here to see it.
You've got Pickett coming off right in front of you, Tim. What's going on with Pickett coming off?
He's done. Don't risk a hammy or something like that. Hey, just got one for the trivia buffs too, yes. Corbs. Players to have played in each of the round 21, 2021 round 21 Lightning game, 2024 round 24 Lightning game, and the 2023 round 2 Lights Out game. Jake Bowie, Bailey Fritsch, Max Gawn, Ed Langdon, Jake Melksham, Alex Neil-Bullen, Harry Petty and Trent Rivers have played in all 3 of those.
Wow.
I love that. That's a good little bit of trivia.
Listen to the chant going up, the Collingwood chant.
It's been a weird day in the AFL world. We've had a reshuffle of the fixture tomorrow, so Hawthorn and North Melbourne will now be played at 12:30 Eastern due to the fact they can't guarantee they can keep the lights on at York Park, and the game between Richmond and Gold Coast has been pushed back to 3:20. We're underway here at 10:32 local time. After what was a 36-minute delay due to lightning, it is Collingwood by 41 points, and it restarts with the ball up in the middle. Langdon hurried kick forward for the Demons, picked off though, and the Pies get it going back down the wing. Only though, as far as McDonald, who takes the intercept mark, he goes short to Billings, looks inside 50, turns it over. And Quaynor takes the intercept mark, half back for Collingwood. We're out to wipe the last 9 minutes off the clock, plus time on. It is Collingwood by 41.
Dacos just picking up another possession.
Nick and Josh just waxing to start this last little bit too.
Josh has got 34. Nick's got 34. And they've got the most out there. So Collingwood with possession, and Max Gawn hasn't been rested. He's taking an intercepting mark on the wing. He goes to centre half forward. A lovely mark taken by Langdon's going to play on quickly. Tolstrup's mark uncontested. He could turn around and go for goal. Instead he pauses and he'll go back and have a set shot.
It's amazing, like Langdon's taken that mark, been able to turn, and the man on the mark has not let her touch him, even though he knows he's played on around the back of him, and finds a target. That's part of the area that's got to be cleaned up if they're going to have this stand and look like a lamppost.
Get ready for 2025, Melbourne fans. He's still a teenager, Colton Tolstrup. He's got Colt figure written all over him, and he's kicked 2 goals tonight. Interesting looking haircut, the curly hair and the shaved bits down the side. It's sort of a dusty mullet with a curl at the back.
Bit of Buddha hocking about it.
He does have a bit of Buddha hocking. Anyway, it's been a long night. We're describing haircuts. Collingwood by 35 points, 13-12-90. Melbourne moved to 8-7-55.
We normally barrack for lots of goals, Mick, in a game of footy, but tonight... this part, we probably just want the clock to keep running.
Oh, we certainly do not stop the clock. Isn't that part of the deal, that the clock keeps going?
Yeah, that goal at the 52-minute mark of the last quarter.
Just chip it around, guys.
36-minute delay due to lightning in the area, so players went off the ground just before 10 o'clock. They're back out there now to complete this game and complete their season. Hurried kick out to the wing. Here's Neil Bullen, his last run in the Demons jumper. Gets a hand pass in the middle of the ground. McRae for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. Kicks out to half forward. Bobby Hill claims the mark. Brett Roseberry says it was a half volley. Now he's tackled and the ump says ball up. 55 out from the Collingwood goal.
Yeah, he said that it hit the ground. Did that hit his leg and bounce up, Nick?
I think he marked it. I reckon he marked that.
Gawn wins the head out, down to Nick Dacos. Another touch for him, up to 35. Hand pass out towards side bottom, missed him. Viney had it, knocks it to Neil Bull, and he's tackled. And a ball up, half forward for the Magpies, kicking to the city end in his final term, which is 53 minutes old. Collingwood by 35.
Max is still in there battling hard in the ruck, and now he's tackling Pendlebury. 2 old Warriors who will play right to the final siren, which could blow close to midnight, the rate we've gone here tonight. Back underway, it's Josh Dacos to side bottom. Back to Nick Dacos. He eyed the goals. He tried the sidestep, then he thought better of it, and he handballed over the top. This is Allen sliding in. Maynard tries to barge his way through before eventually the umpire crosses his chest. It'll be a ball up 40 metres out from the Pies goal. Collingwood by 35 points. There's 6:56 left on the clock. Max with a big slap away. Straight down to Nick Dacos. He balks one and then he's caught. Tap. Clever, McRae, little hurried chip kick in there by Bailey Laurie. He was trying to go for goal, but he was tackled, pulled the jumper, affects the kick and over the boundary line.
You try and get on the just on the fly on one of these.
Alan,
if you're a Collingwood player, Mick, just go all out, just pure attack.
A boundary throw in, Gawn palms it down. Picked up by Howes, he jams it on the boot, he's spun around as he's tackled and as a result lost his bearings, kicked it out on the full. Free kick for Lipinski up against the fence at left half forward, and these two teams usually play. That's about the spot where that big free slide is usually situated. The meeting point of the Shane Warne stand and the Ponsford stand.
It's been good tonight, Lipinski.
He has been
very good. Found a heap of the footy, link up run.
He's going to arc around. He hooks the ball back goalward. It's bending, it's bending, it's there. That's a superb restart for the Pies. After the lightning strike, one of his own from Pat Lipinski. He's got a couple. He kicks one from the boundary line to put the Pies up by 47. New game high. 56 minutes gone, final turn. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, he's worked hard, hasn't he, Mick? He's got great engine. One of the best runners at Collingwood is Pat Lipinski, and working up and down that wing, still in the prime of his career, 26 years of age, and a couple of goals, a heap of the footy tonight. You think if they're going to go another big launch up the ladder next year, combined with the Dacos boys and Jack Crisp and that, they need to put together a really big quality season in the middle of the ground.
So 14-12, 96 Collingwood, Melbourne 8-7, 55. So 41 is the lead for Collingwood.
A goal each after the half-hour delay because of lightning strikes. Cameron and Gawn in the ruck. It's tossed up. Gawn. Neil Bullen playing his final minutes in the red and blue. Premiership player for the D's. His handball goes to Crisp, though. Crisp picks it up, delivers towards Bobby Hill through his hands. Well done by Schultz. Put his body on the line. He has actually given away a free kick. He did a desperate dive. And it was low contact, the prohibited low contact on Christian Salem. His kick hits Tom McDonald. I'm not sure he knows which way he's going. He got the quick handball off, and then the hurried kick has gone straight to the Pies. And taking it is Parker. Will Parker kicked his first goal earlier tonight for the Pies.
Feel-good moment. He goes wide to Lipinski. Long kick up the high half forward and Richards marks. It's attracted interest from other clubs. Joe Richards kicks down to left half forward, and here's Jack Crisp, who keeps on trucking.
They just work so hard, Collingwood. When you compare the both sides, the difference is only 7 goals. It's really work ethic and turnover. I admit that Melbourne have turned a lot over to Collingwood.
But then Collingwood, you're right, because you can look, your kicks are easier when you've got a teammate who's worked really hard to get into space for you. It just becomes a much easier kick.
Yeah.
Crisp shoots goalward. Oh, Lipinski tries to reel it into the forward pocket. He's tackled by Gawn, who's come around the back of the behind post, lays the tackle, and the ball up on the behind line. Deep forward for Collingwood. Pies by 41 points.
Can they reward their fans with a late goal here? Cox in the ruck. Crisp picks it up. Tackled once, tackled twice, gets it over, and a quick snap. And that's given the fans something to celebrate as Allen boots his goal. And he's excited. He's got his first for the night. And his first for his career. And something he will not forget this moment. Hanging around for 36 minutes because of the lightning delay. It was worth it for the youngster Allen to come out and snare his goal. Margin is 47, 15-12, 102. Melbourne 8-7, 55.
Well, you said it, Ling. You just keep barging forward because you're going to end up with it, and no one's going to be on you. That's a given.
And it was great handball by Jack Crisp.
Oh, again,
release it to him. And
Yep.
may as well roll the dice, have a little bit of fun to finish the season, especially if you're Pies players.
Son of Ben Allen, of course, former the Fremantle's inaugural captain and Hawthorn premiership player.
Never looked like going father-son at all.
I don't think he qualified at either club. Didn't play the 100 games.
Played 145 all up for Hawthorn and Freo.
So didn't play 100 for Hawthorn.
Okay. There's Dad. Dad's in the crowd.
Didn't get there for Fremantle, despite his legacy and with both clubs, as Sidebottom carries it out of the middle for Collingwood, kicks to half forward, hands on it from Schultz, no mark, spills down to Richards, he retreats back with the kick and turns it over. Neil Bullen takes the intercept mark, he's off and running, kicks across the half back line to Fritsch.
Yeah, 98 for Hawthorn he played.
98.
47 for the Dockers.
Fritsch goes wide to Woden. There is a father-son. He kicks down to Penny, who leaps up, takes a nice mark. Hand pass to Tolstrup, kicks inside 50, over the head of Pickett. Out to meet it is Maynard, gets a sweeping hand pass away to Noble, to Josh Dacos, hand pass out of defence. Petty's going to collect for Melbourne, sends a hand pass down to Pickett.
Pickett was so quick, wasn't he? It was like a volleyball look-away slap. He gave it to Chandler, centering kick though. Sidebottom was there, picked it off to Nick Dacos, another possession. Kicks it straight down the corridor to Hill and Tom McDonald. And McDonald all over him, and Hill took the mark.
Chandler's kick. 3 targets, hits a Collingwood player.
Bobby Hill flicks it wide. The flaring kick marked uncontested by Noble. So this fourth quarter's now just ticked over the 60-minute mark after a 36-minute delay because of a lightning strike. Noble goes long down the line and Gawn's there to slap it over. Collingwood by 47 points, a crowd of 53,957 posted, and just a huge pat on the back to probably the 20-odd thousand. I had a quick look on the binoculars, mainly Pies fans that have stayed to the final siren. No, what are they, about 4 minutes away from celebrating their last win of the year.
Boundary throw in. Nick Dacos fumbles it in the direction of Josh. Slips through his legs. Greasy footy. There's Laurie for the D's. Hand pass away to Neil Bullen. Hurried kick forward. Petty coming across to collect. There's a player on out the back. He can't get it to him. Hand pass to Melcham. Now the tumble kick forward. There's Turner all alone in the pocket. Hand pass away to Billings. He jams it into the post.
Oh, my God.
Quaynor with their pressure on late. And Billings hits it into the base of the post, running into an open goal. And the D's can't even walk them in late. It is Collingwood by 46 points, 62nd minute of the final term.
Well, that was 3 Melbourne players basically could raffle it. Well played by Quaynor, but nonetheless.
So McRae takes the mark from the kick in and he moves it up to side bottom. Gives it back to McRae in the centre corridor. Looking at centre half forward. Oh, that's a big hit there for Richards. He goes down. Pies player stays up in Lipinski. He was taken high. Umpire says he ducked into it, so play on. Out in front of Bobby Hill. He paddles it to his own advantage. Then he flicks it back to Schultz and tries to toe poke it off the turf. Tomlinson, awkward handball, stolen by Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill can... he's bounced it in the goal square. I thought he might be able to add the finishing touches here. He needed the kind bounce, but Tom McDonald, right place, right time, was able to slap it over. Margin is 47. Tick over 2 minutes to play.
Salem out of the goal square as he takes some ground and kicks long up to the wing. Slides past a number of bodies, including Parker, who's out the back waiting to collect. Invites Melcham in. Kicks down to a one-on-one. Pickett and Quaynor. Pickett gets out the back. Edges away. Quaynor, he got the speed wobbles. Fell over running downhill. Collected by Quaynor. He's bumped and knocked it out of bounds. And Razor Ray is involved. He says that's insufficient intent as Quaynor just fumbles it out of bounds and a free kick for Pickett right forward pocket.
He definitely fumbled it. I mean, I know what his intention was, but he didn't just tap it out. He tried to pick it up one-handed and fumbled it. But there was no way Razor Ray wasn't going to pay that one.
Because I Pickett.
A bit of TV time.
On the outside of the right boot, if anyone can, it's Cozzy from the pocket as he bends it across the face too far. And behind. He was involved in an incident earlier that concussed Darcy Moore. Will draw the attention, you'd think, of the match review officer, and then he'll be left to argue his case. But Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse are on his side. 63.5 gone final term, Pies by 46.
And they bring it back into play. Noble's got it uncontested in the back pocket. Tries to get around Langdon, the man on the mark, and then handballs to Josh Dacos. Into still side bottom, he's caught. It was the old-fashioned hospital handball, wasn't it? Either side, Neil Bullen had him. And Neil Bullen will be rewarded. Maybe his last possession in the red and blue. He goes into the pocket over the head of Petty, who wanted the free kick, and Razor said, nope, it'll be a boundary throw in. And Petty and Razor just exchange a few...
Razor's got one more in him, Kel.
Yeah, a few verbals there. He's having plenty to say.
He'll pluck one here.
So boundary throw in.
Melbourne player, get on the move, and Razor will give you one.
5 metres around from the Melbourne goal. Cameron to Quaynor. Caught by Pickett. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle. McRae over to Dacos. Oh, look at the Josh and Nick. Give it back to each other. Nick's going to keep running. Lipinski's involved. Chance for McRae. Now they go. Hurried kick. Bobby Hill's out the back. He's taken the mark. And he thought about playing one as he stepped off his line. Once, not twice. No, the umpire says you can go back and set yourself up for a set shot.
He's played on twice.
He's played on twice.
33 seconds ticking down, so he's going to get his kick on his set shot just before the siren. What a freaky Friday it's been.
It's Brett Roseberry, the umpire here, and he just thought, look, come on, Bobby, just
go
take
back and have a
seconds
shot.
off the clock.
Take the full 30, Bobby.
Well, he's kicked 2 tonight. He's kicked 30 for the year. He kicked 33 last year, including 4 on grand final day. to make it 31 for the season. It falls short. Max Gawn's there to save the day on the last line of defence. They're throwing their tired bodies in everywhere. And the umpire says, hurry up and blow the siren. Everyone's absolutely exhausted, out on our feet. Not long till they put them out of their misery, Corbin.
46 points is the margin. Final boundary throw-in. And the last team standing in 2023 is among the first to finish in 2024. The Pies go out a winner, but 5 weeks earlier than they would have hoped.
Play the game. Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
On a day where 2 start times in the AFL fixture in round 24 were adjusted, this one was actually extended out due to the lightning rule in the final term. That last quarter in the end, running over 60 minutes. Collingwood coming back to win it by 46 points. They led by 27 at quarter time, 25 at the half, 33 at three-quarter time, and 46 points in the finish. They go out a winner. Nick Dacos, presumably best of field. Will that matter come the first Monday in September?
They know how to play the game. Side by side, they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
And unless Carlton lose by 154 points to St Kilda on Sunday, their season is done. So Collingwood all over here. They won't make up the percentage gap that they need, as both teams, by the way, they're going to make a guard of honour here either side of the umpires race, which is, of course, underneath the Shane Warne stand on the other side of the ground. And the reason for that is because Razor Ray Chamberlain is on the way out. He's got the match ball, and he's about to leave the MCG for the last time as a field umpire. And this is a lovely touch.
Fantastic. It really is outstanding. For a bloke, this is not, this bloke's been around for a long time. As Lingy said, right back in the learning as a kid in the Irish games. So, well done, Razor.
The snappers are there, making sure they get a few shots of Ray Chamberlain as he makes his way off and shakes the hand of Max Gawn. The Brownlow medal, by the way, is still on the Monday of Grand Final week, just to correct that. But Nick Dacos was sensational, both he and Josh having 40 disposals tonight. Nick finishing with 40 and 2 goals. Collingwood by 46 points in front of 53,957 and a lightning delay.
That's spooky. 40 each.
Yeah,
hang on. That sort of number.
It's been that kind of night, hasn't it, Nick? There's been weird stuff going on all over the place. Just to tidy up the housekeeping, Darcy Moore, by the way, concussed after a collision with Kazai Pickett just before half-time, which you think will be analysed in depth. Pickett looking to make contact. He braced for contact in a bumping motion. Wouldn't go as far as to say he did bump, but collected Moore high, left him concussed. Moore basically going to ground to try and collect the footy, as Pickett was expecting him to stay standing. That didn't happen, and as a result, Moore out of the game. And Melbourne's Jake Bowie unfortunately hurting his right knee, so he was subbed out too at half-time. Collingwood by 46 points. We've got about 8 minutes to go to wrap it all up. You're listening to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
Well, Collingwood did what they had to do. I know we were talking pre-game. Maybe they win it by 100 points. Maybe something crazy happens to the rest of the round. But the reality was it was pretty much a dead rubber. And Collingwood came out. They started the game well, played some good footy, some solid footy. I think certainly early on they were allowed to play some pretty easy footy, Mick.
Early and late.
Yeah, but they did what they had to do. And I know Collingwood fans and the Collingwood players will be disappointed with the season and the fact that they're not in the finals and not being able to defend their title. But they still showed at times throughout the season, Mick, they're a very dangerous team. And I think now that their season's finishing earlier than they would have liked, they can get the off-season sorted a little bit earlier, the pre-season sorted a little bit earlier. And I expect with the talent they've got, led by the two Dacos boys, but a lot of other high-quality players, including their captain, Darcy Moore, they'll be back there next year. I think they're such a good team that they become, once the health catches up, they'll become right back up that top four contention.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's a bit like Geelong. Geelong won the premiership, dropped out. They're back again this year. Collingwood will drop out this year. Clearly, we've seen it. They'll get back. It's just interesting. Look at the squad there. Just that 25 players. I don't see a player that would be gone from that list. So, unless McRae, there's talk about McRae going, or he's finding his way somewhere else. But when you look at that list, it's, yes, there's an experience. Yes, some of them are going to be a year older. But Josh Dacos, can he get better? And can Nick Dacos get better? There's 3 years apart or thereabouts. Lipinski's only young. Side bottom now found a niche as far as tagging players, and because his strength and because his know-how, that'll work for him.
You've got DeGoey to come back into that team. You've got Dan McStay, a fitter Dan McStay, obviously coming back from the injury to come back into that team. It's going to be a very good list.
I think, yes, I think the question mark in my mind will be, how do the plus 30s, and I'm not, I hate talking about ages, but it's a line that you sometimes use. The plus 30, where can they get better? They won't, but can they hold their own? And can players around them get better? So Pendlebury, side bottom, Cripps,
Mason Cox is over 30.
Maynard, I'm not sure how. Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Hoskin, Elliott, Cox, Moore.
Maynard's 27.
Moore. So those players need to hold up again and possibly get better, because there's going to be a couple of sides coming to them next year. Make no mistake about that.
We've got a hot exit coming up in 5 minutes from now. We'll get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year from Cameron Ling, and a look ahead to tomorrow with some start times changed in 2 games on the Saturday slate. But for now, let's get into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Well, it's pretty happy down here, but plenty of people. But they're just waiting for the boys to finally come in. So finally, Scott Pendlebury leading them in. Well, Darcy Moore's first in. He's showered already, ready to probably go home like all of us. Nick Dacos leads the rest of the Pies in. So I know we're under some time constraints, and the Pies are telling us they're going to go in for a meeting directly after they sing the song, which will probably cost us an interview. We'll try our best. Jeremy Howe and still side bottom. Braden Maynard and Mason Cox will be the last of the Magpies to join in the song. So for the final time this year, we'll see what sort of gusto they sing it with. Probably not a whole lot. There we go.
Boys like the tats, don't they?
And that's just about it for the premiership defence, isn't it? So we are supposed to be giving Josh Dacos, but the Pies are being summoned into a meeting straight away. So I think we're going to run out of time, Corbin. And I'll let you know whether that changes in the next minute or so.
Great work, Hodgie. We will have reaction from Collingwood tomorrow on AFL Saturday, which you can join us from 12 noon. So we will be on air for that. I'll be joined by Luke Ball at Cardinia Park. Mick Malthouse, you will be in Tasmania.
With any sort of luck.
Yes, in Launceston tomorrow. So safe travels down there. We'll chat over through the mastery of technology.
Yes.
So we'll chat then. Then you'll be off to work the game, which is now starting at 12:30. So that's when that game starts. Hawthorn and North Melbourne, 12:30 start. Of course, every game all weekend, all the time is available through the ABC Listen app. And the match between Richmond and Gold Coast has been pushed back, so that now starts at 3:20 local time, so 3:20 Australian Eastern. That's how the slate will look. The match between Geelong and West Coast will remain untouched. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Cameron Ling.
I know that the result has already been decided, but something tells me he's just going to add to his lead. But I'll start with the one vote. Pat Lipinski gets the one, 30 touches, kicked a couple of goals as well. Hard running, link-up player, really efficient with his ball use, a quality game. 2 votes to Jay Dacos. 40 disposals to Josh Dacos, was excellent, just used the ball beautifully. And that, of course, leaves 3 votes to a man who I reckon come Brownlow night is going to be read out as the 3-vote getter for this one, N. Dacos. 40 disposals, 10 inside 50s, 11 score involvements, 2 goals, and of course that just caps off. Congratulations to him. The ABC Player of the Year goes to the superstar Collingwood player who unbelievably is only in his 3rd season of AFL football. Well done, Nick Dacos.
What about the ladies and gentlemen? Would you please charge your glasses? What a year he's had.
And I think just flicking through social media, I think one of Mick's best mates has summed tonight up beautifully. In the words of Dane Swan, absolute disaster for the boys playing tonight that want to hit the clubs straight after the game. 2 things you don't want going into the game. 1, a serious injury, and 2, a weather delay that stops you getting to the bar early.
Good work, Swatty.
He's in form, Dane Swan. Thanks to everyone for sticking with us throughout the night as well. So after the lightning delay and everything rolled into it, in the end, Collingwood win by 46 points over Melbourne. So tomorrow, of course, a fantastic weekend still to come. Hopefully it will all come down to those last 3 games on Sunday and the way that it's positioned at the moment. So we've got all of that covered on ABC Sport and ABC Radio. You'll hear all 3 games in full come Sunday. Tomorrow from 10 a.m. in Perth, you'll be getting Sports Talk. From 11 o'clock in South Australia and, of course, Adelaide, you will be getting SA Grandstand, and then we'll be on from 12 noon, as always, in Victoria and Tas, and also throughout South Australia as well for AFL Saturday. Lingy, great fun as always.
Thank you, Corbs. I'll be on Sunday with Clinchy from 12 o'clock. Looking forward to that one. A quick little one, before we head to Ballarat.
Great work, Cal.
Thanks. Don't bother saying goodbye to Mick. He's fallen asleep.
Cal. He's firing as always. I'll chat to you tomorrow, Nick, from down there. Thanks to Stu Hollywood-Baker for his work, to Ben Cameron, to Tim Hodges, of course, and to Adam Jones back in the studio. So that about brings the curtain down on a long night at the MCG with a lightning delay chucked in. Collingwood go out as winners in season 2024. The whole round still ahead of us. 8 games to come. Join us tomorrow on ABC Sport.
Need to get out of the car, but you can't pull yourself away from what's happening on ABC Radio? Break free with the ABC Listen app. It goes with you, so you don't miss a thing. Download the free ABC Listen app today.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of BBC Stumped.
LBW, first ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward. From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Akashvani, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell in London, back from a short break in Jersey. That's part of the Channel Islands, so not too far off the north coast of France. Very pleasant it was too. We've since then had the 100 finals for men and women. And now Test cricket is back with Sri Lanka taking on England here in what I'm afraid has been a very chilly and quite glum Manchester. So let's hope summer isn't over just yet.
Well, if it's not raining, it ain't Manchester, I guess. It's Jim Maxwell for the ABC here in Sydney, and we're having this sort of pre-season speculation about, is Steve Smith going to open for Australia this summer? And Nick Hockley, as we'll be talking a bit later about, is making way at Cricket Australia, so they have to start looking for a new CEO.
I'm Charu Sharma in Bangalore, and with the Indian monsoon on, if it ain't raining, it ain't Bangalore either, because it's raining just about every day. And that's been a bit of a problem for our premium Karnataka T20 tournament, the Maharaja Trophy, which I was joined I say was because I've taken a day off and probably need to take a couple of the days off because my back's really sore. Sorry about that. But hey, we've got to be up for Stumped. So I'm running on fumes right now. But let's do this.
Thanks for making the effort, Cherry. We appreciate it. Hopefully you won't have to groan your way through the programme. And now coming up this week, we're going to ask what can be done to get more women into leadership roles in cricket. We'll hear from the female chair of Northern Superchargers, Kirsty Bashforth. But first, a late change in venue for the upcoming Women's T20 World Cup. It's been moved from Bangladesh because of civil unrest in the country, and it will now be played in the United Arab Emirates. Dubai and Sharjah will host the matches between the 3rd and 20th of October, and the ICC have explained that a number of governments of the teams taking part in the World Cup had issued travel advisories against going to Bangladesh, so that just made it unfeasible for the tournament to be hosted there. They do say that Bangladesh retains hosting rights, and in a statement the ICC have said that they look forward to taking an ICC global event to Bangladesh in the near future. But Jim, that is a big blow for the country, isn't it, for Bangladesh, not hosting the tournament, but it also feels like a bit of a blow for the tournament itself because you can't imagine the crowds are going to match the fervour that we would have seen if it was hosted in Bangladesh.
All very disappointing, but that's the reality in Bangladesh with the upheaval there. Well, hopefully they can make it flow and go. There's clearly a big television audience potentially, but nothing beats a crowd as we've seen in recent ICC World Cup events of all sorts. You need the atmosphere. So I don't know what they're going to do to make it work, but it seems a reasonable alternative given the short notice to make a call. And, we'll watch and see.
Yeah, I mean, Zimbabwe showed interest in hosting, but I think there's a potential worry over the Mpox outbreak in Africa at the moment, but then Sri Lanka are also interested, but then as Cherry's alluded to, that part of the world at the moment, the rainy season, so that wasn't going to be particularly viable. I mean, the UAE have hosted men's T20 World Cups in the fairly recent past, 2021, and the IPL was staged there in 2020, so no stranger to hosting games, and hopefully that will mean that more people will turn out, and it's a very international